Let's get this ball rolling. Starting out strong with camera on, despite my hair being an absolute disaster. Gotta get to the live control panel here and get the chat set up. I'm so used to macOS key bindings. Ugh. Alright, chat box. There we go. Alright. That should be good to go. We're going to be spending over the first 30 minutes of today's stream just sort of getting everything rolling. So if you're playing back on this the later hours and watching this kind of like down the line, hopefully I'll remember to pin a comment of when the actual stream activity starts. But for now, going to be doing some chatting, catching up with chatters, and just kind of allowing the stream to build some momentum before we get right into the actual purpose of today's stream. So anyways, how's everyone doing? Almost stuttered right there. Good to see you all. Seeing some familiar faces like Vicarious Wrath, Tiger Carson, Rainstorm, and honestly just a lot of you. My hair is greasy right now because my water heater broke, and I'm getting someone in the next few days to replace it. But yeah, I gotta love a random like just massive expense being thrown at me and not being able to use hot water because my water heater is leaking on the floor. So that's so awesome. Flyboy donated $5. Midnight Cold, thank you. So, yeah, I've been having to take cold showers, and washing shampoo out of my hair with cold water is not easy to do. So, yeah, that's fun. Imagine going out there to just like store some stuff in my basement and just stepping into a puddle of water. Just so lovely. Yeah. So, I've got this redneck engineering like water trap around it. That makes it so that way it won't like drip into the sea. Like it's just guiding the water into the drain because I learned that the person who built this house they got the pipes mixed up or not mixed up. They're cross talking. So the cold water pipe will then go and meet with the hot water pipe, and there's a point somewhere in the house where the cold water can bleed into the hot water pipe. So therefore, there is just a constant leak of water going into my house. Just absolutely awesome. Turn down your AC. I'm not going to turn down my AC. It's a horrible idea. Zoe sent 1 membership. Thank you. Oh, yeah, we still got the femboy stuff going. Let's go. Anyways, how are you all doing? See, I have to do a full water heater replacement, and unfortunately, it's not under warranty. So, um, yeah, I have to spend a couple $1,000s to get my water heater replaced. Femboy, what is this? Oh, okay, you're kidding. You're being a goofball. All right, all right. I was about to have some fun. Yeah, as a heads up, the reason why my water heater broke and why it's not under warranty is because I was not doing proper maintenance on it because I didn't realize you're supposed to drain the sediment from the water heater basin like once a year. And the area of Colorado that I'm in has extremely corrosive sediment, so it just kind of melted the bottom of the water heater. So yeah, so just make sure that you're going through the effort of properly draining that because you could end up with a
Just
random
Casual
amount of
has
just,
donated to the
why
Folgers
don't I hear
Incest
that? Oh
commercial
yeah, my
prevention
headphones are
fund with
turned off. That's why I
$5.
don't hear it.
Speaking of rewatching the VODs, for some reason they aren't
I
showing them
totally
for me
missed
at
that.
all. And I am still a channel member, so it's
Reason,
not that.
yeah, the reason why I'm not turning the VODs on for the previous ones is because there's too many inconsistencies and mistakes that I need to edit out. Not from me, just from like stream stuff or information that pops up for a split second that I'm not comfortable with being up on stream. So it's just kind of like I gotta fix the VODs. I should have everything fixed and figured out, though, for this one, though. So this one should be public no matter what. But yeah. I do watch anime. The most recent anime I actually watched was The Apothecary Diaries. That was a lot of fun. Why do I have a crown? Well, congratulations. You're considered one of the top fans of the stream. Good job. Big recommendation for Apothecary Diaries. I did see that, Rose Rem, and I am looking forward to talking about that a little bit because I do see where we have our disagreements, and I'll try to explain further on where my point of view comes from, while also steel manning your argument so that way, like it's being properly displayed, and I'm not. My goal here is not to insult or berate any of you guys for bringing your disagreements. It's to try and make sure that we're having as productive as a dialogue as possible because this is a community, and just because I run the community and I run the channel doesn't mean that I am the all-knowing, all-seeing Eye of Oz. Despite, that's literally what the... There is one comment, though, in the thread that I'm excited to get to and talk about a little bit, because someone's a little salty in that community post, and I'm I'm looking forward to talking about it. If you look at the community post and look through the comments, you'll very quickly find the exact one that I'm talking about. Someone is fighting for their life in the community post, and while I'm not gonna just rip into them for no reason, I am going to talk about why their comment is just fundamentally incorrect. But yeah. All right. Rings per hour to chat sent plus bonuses for donations and memberships. Thank you for the breakdown, Tarka Carson. Girls' trauma is no. I'm saying their trauma is not an excuse for bullying. We'll don't worry. We'll talk about it when we get there. I promise. Like we'll be sure to like discuss that because even it really does come down to a person by person basis and interpretation upon the information given. And I think that when I explain my point, you'll be more understanding of where I'm coming from, but I do 100% understand where you're coming from, and I don't view your point as being necessarily incorrect. So don't worry at all. We'll get to that. Also, thank you, username 1559.
But it's a massive savings on the energy bill.
So I can't afford a tankless heater right now. But that is something that I do plan on maybe sometime next year or the year prior of going for. Just because getting a tankless heater like installed that would actually be able to manage my home would be expensive, very expensive. But anyways, Rose, when we get there, I'll kind of explain like my point of view. I'll go over your comment and we'll discuss that, and we'll make sure that like both opinions are properly kind of discussed, and we'll have more of a dialogue on it to make sure that like all the doors are totally open and there's no like I'm trying to think of the right word for it. It's a lot easier when I can just simply stop recording and just add the words that I'm thinking of in the moment to make things run more smoothly. But right now I'm kind of just having to go off the cuff here. So that's going to be a bit of an open eye into my thought process. Yeah, and no animosity whatsoever. As long as you're approaching this kind and politely, I'm going to do the same. And I want you guys in the chat to do the same as well. No backtalk, no bullshit, none of that kind of stuff. We're going to be kind, we're going to be polite. And if you are going after someone for just simply having a different opinion, you will receive a timeout. Even if I'm disagreeing with their opinion. Like, we're not going to have that kind of behavior here. Which I trust you guys won't be doing that. You gotta read their name, Mini-Oz? Because I don't know how to pronounce that. No? You best. Alright. Aikidos with $2. Yippee, I got a stream. Mini-Oz not doing that. His job. So yeah, no, I just ask that we're going to maintain a like productive environment in this, as long as the only time that I'm going to allow there to be some backtalk, crosstalk, and some like actual anger, not anger, but like a little bit of ne'er do well tendencies coming forward is when the person in question is being counterproductive with their arguments. Oh, happy birthday, or happy belated birthday, Dark Leak 1996. Favorite sandwich, just any sandwich. This isn't a trick question. Well, it depends on the mood. So recently, something that I've been doing is I'll go and I'll get 2 pieces of sourdough bread and butter them. Then I'll get some like nice clamshell style mac and cheese and slap that fucker in between the 2 pieces of bread and then make a macaroni and cheese sourdough grilled cheese. That is technically my favorite sandwich right now. Also a big fan of meatball subs. No, Rose, don't worry. Like you're not going you're not like the whole point of this is to have a conversation and to go over points of views that other people might have because we all come from different walks of life. We all come from areas where we have different views, different experiences, and this makes us approach different topics with different mentalities. And I feel like that rather than trying to um, be in the comment section and having like an unpersonal conversation, that this is a better approach to make sure that we can understand that we all have different walks of life that we come from, which influence the way that we approach how we look at things. And that's exactly what I'm kind of hoping that these streams can be, is a productive and community driven approach to our disagreements. Which also, I don't think Rose's opinion is far from being unreasonable. I actually think they have a very reasonable opinion. I just think I do have some disagreements. But the way that we will be handling this once the hour ticks over is I will be looking at someone's recommendation for which post they have a disagreement with. I will not be looking at why they disagree with it or what my original take is until after we as a chat reread the initial story. Once we do, I will revisit my opinion freshly. We will take a look at my original opinion, and then we will take a look at their opinion, or vice versa, where we'll look at theirs, then mine. This way, we'll be in a position where it's a fresh set of eyes, there's no prior influences on it, and we all get a kind of look at something together on it. And on top of all of that, it allows me to potentially correct and pin comments for takes that I no longer agree with and disagree with. Hopefully that makes sense. Also, by the way, the shirt I'm wearing is actually a Kerrigan shirt from StarCraft, because I do like StarCraft. I prefer Warhammer 40k, but the merchandise for W40k is not nearly as broad as it is for StarCraft. Did you get new LED lights? No, they're the same LED lights. I probably just have a different color pattern on them. God, my hair looks so bad right now. I can't wait to get hot water back in my house. I'm so excited for that. Favorite color? Big fan of cyan and purple. Could you tell because of the wallpaper? Rosé. Oh, thank you. My apologies for like butchering that for the past you know 10 minutes. My apologies. Why no hot water? I did talk about this briefly at the beginning of the stream. Hot water heater decided to die and spill its guts all over my basement floor, so it needs to be replaced.
Just Casual has stolen their parents' credit card for $5. My favorite thing about your videos is how often you will leave mistakes in because of how funny they are. The best being succulently instead of succinctly.
Yeah. That would be my dyslexia getting the full wind of me, and I probably missed that even in the editing process. But it happens, and I'm human. I'm not like um, an all-knowing, all-encompassing being, which is why we're having this kind of community-driven stream here, because yeah, we can make mistakes. Do you think there is something like too much cheese, for example, on pizza? I think there can be a limit for too much cheese. It just depends on the dish and it depends on how it complements the other flavors. Sometimes you might need something to cut the too much cheese, but then it becomes, rolling back into there. I think as long as the ingredients properly complement like how the level of cheese that you have, there is never such thing as too much cheese. But if you're just like getting a block of Kraft single and just that might be too much cheese. Also, the aluminum bat, we're now officially changing the tree. The axe forgets, the tree remembers, to the bat forgets, the shin remembers. That's the new official saying for the channel. Where is that? This is from Firewatch. It's actually a wallpaper engine, which is why it's like animated. And this is like one of my favorites that I've been able to find. And I just love the color scheme on it, so I've kept it. I actually haven't played, or I haven't finished Firewatch, I should say. So don't spoil the ending for me. Just because of time and how everything worked out, I wasn't really able to get around to that. Um, but yeah. Okay. About 8 minutes until we get the ball actually rolling for the main majority of the stream. I'll be looking at what the current timestamp is, and I'll mark that as the comment to pin. Um, Mysterious 1412 with $10.
Your hair is
Thank
great,
you.
sweetie. Hope your water heater will get better. You're
God, I
super
hope
well
so.
spoken and use nuance. Long live the metal badasser.
Thank you. Do you have a garden or any house plants? No, I have a lawn that's barely alive because my sprinkler system is inadequate, and because of the way the landscapers did the house, it's on a slope. So all the top grass is dead, and then all the bottom grass is just a marsh. So it's, yeah, it was done very, very, very dumbly. Hi, what are we doing? All right, I'll quickly answer that real quick, and this is probably perfect timing for anyone who's unaware. This stream is going to be addressing problematic takes that I've previously had, or just simply having discussions on previous posts that people might disagree with. I posted a community post last night, so there hasn't been a lot of time to allow people to fully comment and address things on it. But the goal and idea of this is to be able to have commenters and members of the audience be able to bring up grievances they might have with previous takes, pretty much. But if this goes well and today has a positive outlook and kind of like this actually does good for the community,
Just Casual has
I'll
donated
wait
to the
just a
Bulgers
moment.
Incest Commercial Prevention Fund with $5. Oh yeah, that's another thing I have been wondering. What is with your obsession with the aluminum bat analogy? Do you have some sins to confess to the crime skeleton? Do you have some skins to confess to the crime skeleton?
I just think the aluminum bat is such a raw like metaphor to make. Because we all know like what a baseball bat is. We upgrade that to aluminum, which already hurts like hell, And then you use that as a point to make, and it's just such a raw analogy, and I just love it. Um, but post the community post, the hope and idea is that if this goes well, we'll try doing this on a bi-weekly or monthly basis. So that way, there's an active community dialogue occurring, and we're kind of ensuring that I'm not just simply sweeping people who I disagree with under the rug. And as a community, we're growing, we're progressing, and things are understood where certain points of view might come from and where disagreements might originate from. Because we all come from different walks of life. We all have our own, way of approaching things. Our entire existence is the culmination of bricks that we laid throughout our development. And that just fundamentally alters and changes how we approach and view different topics and conversations. So, Stardust, you've spent the entire time thinking when I said aluminum bat, I was talking about like a wow, that is alrighty. That is a quite the twist on my previous analogy. Yeah, I can't even imagine being chased by a bat made of aluminum. Maybe it's like a little night suit, like it's a bat in like little aluminum knight armor. Um, is there any art of this? No, that's okay. A lot of that's just AI generated. Gross. Um, the hell is that? Started watching you last week. Well, welcome to hell. Today's gamer subs is blueberry lemonade or BBL. It's an electric type lemonade, and it's actually pretty good. Got it in this big ass tumbler that Gamer Subs gave me for free. Really good quality, honestly. Like their tumblers do not miss. I'm not a twink. Then what am I? I am a very slender, thin, tall, queer male who's still young. That seems to be the definition of twink. You're just tall. Okay, now we're all doing about the hair, man. I don't have any hair at all. Like beyond arm hair, there is nothing else. Like no chest hair, no stomach hair, no nothing, no back hair. I don't grow that for some reason. I don't have enough testosterone in the body. Congratulations, Noah Berman. Good luck with where everything's going for you. It sounds like an awesome fucking trip to be going on. Well, not trip, but like a path, a journey, a new direction for life to take. Oh, I actually plan on doing one of the an old style Reddit videos soon. I've recently been learning and getting decent and proficient with After Effects scripting language, so I've actually been building a few plugins to make my workflow a bit faster on that end to help with production timelines. It's been a pain in the ass, but that's where I've been, is building plugins to make the workflow easier. What did your character on the videos come from? That would be my OC slash persona that I've had since like a long, long time. Favorite music artist? That is an impossible question to answer. Just calling yourself an Omega? Well, I am still in that category, by the way. But, anyways. We have officially crossed over into the new hour. So, I think that we can probably start getting the ball rolling here. So, I've got a list of all the okay, that's the comment that... Should I start with the problematic comment first, or should we just get to that one when we get to that one? Because it is a bit goofy, and I do want to kind of just talk about that one, because... All right, we'll start with the problematic one, but I'm not gonna dig into them. I'm just going to explain why their logic is... I don't just want to say incorrect, but I just think they have a very pessimistic worldview, and it kind of has led them to be very like disconnected from. You'll see what I mean, but this is the only comment that we're probably gonna take not fully seriously. So in this community post, which just as a reminder, the post here was specifically about posting any previous grievances. God damn, can't even talk worth like a thing. We're gonna zoom in here. All right. So, hey everyone, tomorrow, September 1st at 12 p.m. MST, 2 p.m. EST, I will be doing an audience input stream where if you have a take of mine that you personally disagree with or would like me to revisit, this is the perfect time to do so. Please pay attention to the language that I'm speaking of here. This is your opportunity to have me live on stream defend or retract any take of mine that you may disagree with. To make a submission, comment below the title of the video, copy and paste the title, timestamp of story or name of story, and an explanation, brief or long, about why you disagree. I look forward to hearing your opinions and responding to them, as this is a way to hold myself accountable to any disagreement or grievances you have, the audience, may have. If this goes well, then this may become a common occurrence on the channel. This will also be a chance to chat and visit stream-worthy subreddits once all audience feedback is reviewed. Thank you, Oz. Is this clear cut? Just out of curiosity, is what I'm asking for here clear cut? Okay. Good, because that'll be important for later. So the comment starts out with this user stating, I simply hate how you beg for comments every damn video. Everyone knows it's just to boost video rating. Which then people began going, wild take, first day on the internet, hello and welcome. I've heard way worse begs for comments. Oz actually does seem to take dissenting opinions into consideration, which is far more than most do. Which then I responded, yes, I did like my own comment. I'm a goofball like that. It's actually because sometimes I have, which this is true by the way, sometimes I have no idea how to cap off a tangent, so I just ask for people's opinions and perspectives because it's easier. I'm glad my facade of being a competent YouTuber is working. Which, this is true. Sometimes for a post, if I don't know how to end the tangent, I'll just hit them with like, hey, well, what do you guys think? Because it's the easiest way to cleanly cap something off, and it gives me a nice stopping point. This user comments with beg. Do you know that the word please is also used for the sake of politeness? And what's wrong with wanting to boost video ratings? That's what you mean. That's what you do when making YouTube content in your job. At least he cares enough to read said comments and takes into consideration different opinions, unlike some other content creators of the same genre. This user is now fighting for their life. You do, like, responding to me, dude, you literally ask every single topic you discuss. It'd be one thing if it was at the end of the video, but you consistently wanting to know people's thoughts is just farming for attention. You might as well ask them what their favorite food or video game is whilst you're at it. Which, by the way, I ask at the end of every single story for specific opinions relating directly to the content of the post that I just read, and wanting to know people's direct opinions on those. We have the response of this comment to this user here. No, it's begging. Every YouTuber asks for comments. It's just kind of pathetic to ask after every topic of discussion. Every last one. He doesn't care about your opinion. It's just to raise his videos higher in ranking. Stop being gullible. Just want to point out that we're here right now because I do care about your comments. And then responding to Piper about the internet, is it yours? There's asking for people to comment, and then there's what Oz does, which is wanting everyone to comment for every 10 sentences dude speaks on. I know that's hyperbolic, but hey. Which then I responded to their comment asking, you might as well ask them what their favorite food or video game is while you're at it. Do you have a favorite food or video game? What about movies? Personally, I'm a big fan of tabletop games. But also, in all seriousness, comments don't actually do anything for attention metrics. That's a myth spun from misunderstanding numeric coincidences. If it did, there would be a front center studio metric to track, which there is not. And yes, I do end off many of my tangents with posing the question for the reasons stated above, but also because I do my best to try and read the comments, even the negative ones. Which, there is no metric or no confirmation that comments in YouTube actually affect the algorithm or increase the video's ranking. It's just not something that there's any evidence towards, and if that was the case, YouTube would front and center give you a metric to actually keep track of this. There is not. There is not a single metric in the YouTube studio related to comments unless I actually go into probably 8 or 9 different drop-down menus and specifically hunt down comments through convoluted search bars. There is nothing front and centered, and I actually have to go and hunt down the way to view comments. Now, moving forward, we get some more responses where people are really digging into it, which if you want to see the responses that other people are leaving, you can go to the community posts and read them, which a lot of people are just asking them things like, if you hate Oz so much, why are you here? Philosopher, who I actually think may have been they're in chat right now, commenting on the fact that people will ask the content creator to change rather than changing the content they're consuming, which they're actively just fighting for their goddamn life. Then responding to me, whilst not as important as other variables, do contribute. They don't. If they didn't, you wouldn't want or care about them being on your channel. They help build brand loyalty, make people watch more videos, and show you... Oh, Moonstone with $2, thank you! And show YouTube that your content is engaged with. It does not. You can't knowingly sit there and act like you do this out of the goodness of your heart. After all, you cap every video off with that damn gamer sub or whatever it's called, and how you wish to make random flavor when you hit their requirements. Is that there for some other pretend reason for that as well? Jesus. I've only ever had one sponsor on my channels because it's a product I actually agree with. And yeah, God forbid I use a sponsor that I actually like and enjoy that actually helps me pay my bills. God damn. But moving down further, I responded, which I did get a bit of I did kind of attack them here. Well, no, I didn't actually. It's debatable. I responded, if I didn't care, I wouldn't be commenting and interacting with you. I wouldn't be trying to help educate or dispel a common misconception. I would look at you for what YouTube sees everyone as, a replaceable statistical margin of error. I don't view my audience like that. I have always encouraged disagreement so that I can grow, not just as a channel, but as a person. Don't dig your heels in and look at the world as black and white, as a black and white binary. Judging by the way you speak with others in the comment thread, this is just how you approach life. And trust me, from experience, you set yourself up to be lonely. This is not me saying that they are lonely. This is me saying that from my experience of viewing the world as a black and white binary, it can cause you to end up in a position where you are lonely. That is my experience and my life view. If I didn't care what my audience believed, I would do the most profitable thing for my channel. Delete comments who disagree, ban users who hold in common and disagreement consistently, and certainly never comment or interact with them. If I were to follow your logic, I would scrub the comments to make dissenting voices few and far between, and I would certainly never host a live stream where I would allow my audience to put myself on blast, like this entire community post is for. Which then they respond, if you did what I suggested, you'd do the opposite. You'd allow any and all comments, which you do. Maybe not spam or pure hate, but all others are fair game. So actually, no, this is incorrect. If I wanted to use comments to boost retention to the maximum, I would remove comments that disagree with me. Because when a viewer clicks on a video and they scroll down and the top comment is in direct disagreement with something that I've said or negative, it can cause that viewer to cut their attention and find a different video. It actively can cause me to lose audience metrics and audience interaction because people are seeing negative comments that are getting a lot of upvotes, so they might click away and click off because why watch a video that has this much interaction that's negative? So, because of this, the idea of letting all and any comments on is not pervasive towards increasing interaction or retention. Me curating my comment section to make it look like it solely agrees with me would increase that and would create the appearance that anyone who has a dissenting opinion is in the minority and shouldn't even bother to comment in the process. That's not what I do. And if I did want to boost that and maximize my revenue, that is what I would do. But that's not what I'm here for. Continuing. Also, nice point there. Assuming I'm a lonely person over an internet comment you disagree with, calm down, bro. Which, no, I actually just said, and trust me from experience, you set yourself up to be lonely. Never name-called you. Actually, you said that I was begging and used language that was purposely derogatory. So don't name-call me. You just kind of seem antagonistic and flaky for someone you're just trying to educate. Dude, look at your other comments. Come on, man. Pot kettle. Educate others on. I do love me some fake compassion. All I'm saying is to stop asking for comments every single topic. That's it. It's not hard, not difficult. I'd even like the videos more if you just calmed it the hell down, man. So, a philosopher then comments, hey, maybe Oz isn't the channel for you. Like, why are you here? To which this user said, he literally posted for people to list grievances here. I'm doing what the man said. If you don't like comments that disagree with Oz, you don't have to comment on them. Now, as a reminder, this is what the community post said. The grievances were specific to areas of the videos that like you have a problem with, of problematic takes that you've previously commented on. Not general grievances, which general grievances are fine. Just like, dude, when people disagree with you, you gotta realize that, hey, you may not be like just fully on board with everyone here. But yeah, I just commented, calm the hell down. Yeah, all right. Why don't you pop into stream when it's happening and we can continue this conversation here? Which, yeah, they're not. They're not in the stream, from what I can tell. If they are, I would love to actually continue this conversation if you're willing to not be, like, you know, antagonistic and just approaching this conversation the way you have been. But, General Grievance, General Kenobi, I realized that as I was saying it. But my main problem with this is just the general antagonistic nature of this user. No one else in the comment section is like this, which we will not be looking at any other comments in the same light that we're looking at this one. I just found this one to be really goofy, and I wanted to comment on it. Which, by the way, again, if I was only asking for comments to increase my retention metrics and to make it so that way my channel would grow, I would purge the ones that disagree with... I would purge the ones that disagree with me, because that would increase my retention metrics, and that would increase the longevity of my channel. Not leaving comments that are publicly disagreeing with me. So yeah. Your OC kind of looked like a Ruby character. Was it intentional or just a coincidence? Yes and no. So, I am a fan of Ruby. I am a fan of Ozpin. But the name Oz actually comes from an acronym of one of my old gamertag /first channels. first character was O, second character was Z, when, abbreviated became Oz, and it worked out. And then the first few fan arts that started coming out were based upon Ozpin from Ruby, and it just kind of spiraled from there, of being a derivative inspiration, but there is currently a redesign for the Oz avatar in the works that I'm very excited for. But yeah, who's your artist? The artist currently is Plaguebird, but we are no longer currently working together. There is a new artist that I'm working with that I am very excited to be pressing forward with because they were the original design artist, I should say. The RPG horror stories question has been asked. So, in general, unfortunately, YouTube does not like it when I post RPG horror story videos. Hold on, let me see if I can show what it looks like when. Give me a moment. I'm seeing if I can pull up the actual metrics here and show like just why RPG horror stories is unfortunately something that YouTube does not like. And it's a damn shame. Where is that graph at? Here it is. Okay. So we're gonna do report traffic from the last 28 days. And we're going to do 2025. And let's see, actually, I want that dot graph back. Where'd that go? Where'd it go? There it is. Okay, I found out. Okay, sorry. The YouTube metrics are a bit messy. Okay, so if we look at our okay, so we can't do that. So we'll do January to April because I know that's when we're doing some RPG horror stories. So when I look at some of the most bottom performing videos, they're always RPG horror stories. Where is it? Okay, well that one's actually Am I the Asshole? But that one's an RPG horror stories. Come on. Oh really? That one was a best of, huh? But whenever RPG horror stories are uploaded, they actively begin to cause a decline in viewership that takes a couple weeks to repair pretty much. And it's unfortunate because I do enjoy doing RPG horror stories, but YouTube will actively punish me when I do it, and it puts my ability to pay my bills at risk. So my thought has been potentially having RPG horror stories being exclusive to members, so that way I can still upload them. They're still there, but they won't interfere with YouTube's metrics and make YouTube hate me. What can we do to help you with YouTube? The biggest way you can actually help the channel is by watching the video in full. That's honestly the best way to like help any content creator is by watching a video in full. But yeah. Okay. So, let's take a look at some of the first ones we actually have here. Nope, not that one. We're right back there for some reason, all the way back at the top. Okay. Sort by newest. Okay. So the first one we have is from Lilith Rose, and this is actually on today's video regarding the Alcoholics Anonymous story. How many of you were able to watch today's video? Just out of curiosity, so I know how many of us are on the same page. Okay. So it looks like we've got Okay. So not a lot of you. So most of you have read it, but or listened to it, I suppose. But anyways, this specific comment is in regards to the Alcoholics Anonymous confidentiality one. So that would be. Let me grab that link there. That would be this story here, the one where this person, had a DUI, and they my favorite line in here of I believe the legal system is corrupt, but I want to be held accountable in other ways, and I'm only in AA because my lawyer recommended that it would help my case. That post. So Lilith Rose comments from today's video regarding the last story about breaking AA anonymity. Fuck, I hate that word so much. No matter how many times I read it, I always have to record it over and over again until I can get it sounding just close enough. About breaking AA anonymity. Anonymity. There we go. Breaking AA anonymity. You misread/misinterpreted that the person was in recovery, but they were actually currently using hard drugs, not sober, and admitted that they were using and that they were abusive. Oh, I heard a podcast listen worth more than a... It can go either way. OP was still the asshole regarding their attitude, but a partner not ready to disclose a history of drug use is not the same as a partner actively using hard drugs and hiding this. It takes it from outing personal history to warning about a current danger, even if it was done for the wrong reasons. Just wanted to make sure that was clarified because it's an important distinction. So I do disagree with this because while they are still actively using, the language that was used was that when she's using hard drugs, she can't control herself. Admitted drugs makes her verbally aggressive and unstable emotionally. So while there is, let me try to think of how to properly address this, because I do still stand by my initial take on this one, but I do understand where they're coming from. However, it is still not OP's position to out this. This would be something, I don't know how this would be approached another way, but by outing someone's only safe environment for where they are trying to better themselves in an anonymous environment and to get out of their current, history of abusing narcotics or alcohol or drugs. So, sorry, I'm trying to also keep track of the comments. So she was actively using, that was in there. The main thing is, even if they are actively using, it is still not OP's place to disclose that, because you risk that person having a harsher relapse. The whole point of AA is to build a community and an environment where you can get the help that you need. I'm just keeping track of the comments here. When is it acceptable to let someone know, hey, your partner does a thing you really should know about? And that's the question here, is I don't know when that would happen, but the whole point of, any kind of AA meeting is to have a safe and anonymous environment where you can discuss your grievances, your struggles, your issues, and grow and build from it. Because battling and fighting addiction is it is its own demon. And I know I have people in my audience who have had to go through that and have had to go through that battle. And it is not an easy one to go through. And there definitely is a question to be asked, at what point is it taking it from exactly what this user was, Sorry, I was looking at an additional comment that was posted. But, this is a valid question to ask, is how do you approach a situation like this without ruining someone's chances at recovery, but also making sure that everyone involved is safe? And this is definitely a valid question to ask, especially on today's video here. Because I'm definitely in the boat that if you're going to an AA meeting, it should remain anonymous. You should have that safe environment. But let's have the conversation about where can that line, be, walked upon. I think OP should have talked to them first before the brother. I agree with that 100%. I think that that's probably the one of the better approaches is them having that one-on-one personal conversation of like, hey, you know, um, I'm not really sure how that conversation would go. A girlfriend was doing something drug related outside AA. I'm with you. It's tricky. Um, Well, yeah. So like, if OP like caught them doing like drugs outside of AA or like going through that's a different thing. But the fact that OP was taking a confession in an intimate moment spoken in AA and outing that to her brother as a way to get at their current relationship, that does create so many risks, and it also gives um, the ex-girlfriend the potential of having a relapse because they no longer have a safe environment to speak about their addiction. I feel like OP should have gone to the girl and suggested she herself tell the brother about her past. I think that's probably the I think that's probably the best the optimal approach to this situation. Um, and even with the context of her still using, the problem is that like shaking an addiction is such a difficult thing. It can take so many different steps. But the reason why I overlooked it or I wasn't so focused on it, it's not that I misread or misinterpreted. It's the fact that they're even there in an Alcoholic Anonymous or a, like Addicts Anonymous meeting in the first place, looking at themselves, understanding that they do have the problem, and going through the efforts to fix it. And it's because of that that it's hard for me to um, it's hard for me to damn them for trying to take those first few steps to actually clean themselves up. So I understand this comment and I understand the question regarding that, but I just for the um, how it would be how before something happens, invite them to show support, and whoopsie, there's your partner here too. So, but I feel like that could create a lot of other issues because then you're just trying to skate by the rules and you're still putting someone else's life potentially in danger. Um, so some saw Cinnabons. I've had people in my family also battle drug addiction, and they've gone through rehab, AA meetings and the works, and they've done what they can to better themselves. The the thing is that the person in question here, they're not just battling their drug addiction, they are doing everything they can to get control of it, including going to AA meetings, which that is a massive step on their journey. And that's a pretty big step for anyone to take. My Streamlabs is freezing up on me. That's why I stand to the point of first helping yourself before risking a relationship. I agree, and I see that as well. Is that I do think that the brother's girlfriend jumping into a relationship while still battling their addiction was definitely not the correct step for them to take. And I do think that them hiding that is definitely not the choice, or not the correct course of action to take. My biggest issue here is OP outing that, taking away that agency from the girlfriend to be able to actually have that conversation on their own terms. I think the general consensus that we seem to be kind of coming towards in the stream here is that the best approach that could have been taken under any circumstance is for OP to approach the girlfriend as, oh, Van Havoc donated $5
I'm
to
so
the
happy to be able to join the
euro
live
pounds
stream
to
and
the
see
Midnight
what you
Cult.
say about my submission. You always make my day a bit
Let's
better.
see.
Thank you as
be-
Caribou.exe.
We'll be getting to it hopefully at some point. I do plan to go through all the comments on this one and then also taking a look at any new comments that may have been posted while streaming. But I think to cap this off, my intention was not to misread or misinterpret or even overlook the fact that they are, holy shit, John Weiss donating 50 memberships. I'm going to have to mute the alert sound for a little bit so we could focus and continue having the conversation. But thank you very much for that. That is incredibly goddamn awesome. Good Lord. But, hold on. While I'm actually at that, I want to take a look at yesterday's analytics. Give me just one quick moment. We're going to let chat cycle through real quick so that way as I spent more on sushi with my hubs. I just, honestly, good sushi's pretty good. There's a sushi place out here that I'm really looking forward to going to soon that I am so excited for because they have these little like volcano rolls. They actually bake the sushi and put spicy mayo on, and they're like really spicy and they have jalapenos in them. And like I have been craving those for a long time. But back to the AA stuff. I think the best course of action for OP was not to take away the agency and out the girlfriend's, past her history, but instead speak with them about like, hey, like this is the situation my brother is in. And while, essentially just having a conversation and being like, you need to be honest with them about your past and your history so they don't get hurt in the future. And I feel like that is, someone actually just brought up a good idea of having RPG streams or RPG horror stories be a stream. That's a phenomenal idea. But addiction is a monster to fight and battle. And I think a lot of my opinion is definitely pulled away from it because I have watched and seen members of my family battle this and get on top of it and deal with it. And it's because of that I'm in the headspace of OP was wrong to out this person. They should have had a conversation, and the addiction should have been disclosed with the boyfriend, but it should have been done on the boyfriend's girlfriend's own terms. I think that's where I'm going to like end my opinion on that. I probably should have been more crystal clear with that within my initial like tangent that I was giving in the video, but I think that I must have just not fully thought through that. But yeah, it's a shame that Lilith Rose isn't here to, I guess, litigate this any further, or perhaps even discuss this with them and get their opinions on it. But I do, what do memberships do? I need to fix memberships on this channel. But for now, it's just kind of a way to support me directly, and it helps smooth out areas where YouTube might kind of just screw me over. And, one day it's like, hey, here's what you need to pay your bills for this day. And the next day it's like, hey, you got the same amount of views and watch time, but we're going to pay you like a fourth of what you should earn here. So that's really all memberships do at the moment. In the future, I'd like there to be more perks, Discord integration, and emojis, and just a lot of like additional things added that would, be beneficial to those who are willing to, support me for $3 a month. Fun fact: AA is a cult. It depends on which kind of I think we're looking at Addicts Anonymous, but there are some variations of Alcoholics Anonymous that focus more on the religious aspects, but there are other versions or other variations of the Anonymous program which do not focus on a religious aspect. It really does depend on kind of like what program it is, but either way, yeah. AA can be very good or bad depending on who runs the group. That is 100% the case, without a doubt. But hey, my country is tied to the church. Yeah, that's not. If you're dealing with something like that where it hits that point, then it's better to look at. There it is, right there. Smart recovery. Thanks for that. That's exactly what I was trying to remember. But you beat me to it in the moment. Good shit. But yeah, there are different programs in place to look at that can help with addiction and giving you the ability to have that anonymous community and be able to approach your struggles without having to fight the battle alone. And that's the important part. We're going to move to the next one shortly here, but as a final kind of way to cap this off, unless there's any more grievances that people would want to bring up with this specific one from today's story, is I believe it was World War One. A lot of the soldiers who were on the battlefield were addicted to heroin, and because it was so readily available, it was used to keep them up during the hours of trench warfare, and it was kind of just used to take the edge off of the anxiety and incoming shell shock, or as we now know it to be PTSD. The veterans who came home and who had a support network were able to very quickly quit heroin. Having a community to help you through your addiction is essential for a lot of people. But the soldiers who came home from World War One and did not have that community, did not have a stable family structure, and were alone, weren't able to overcome their addiction, and oftentimes would succumb to it or struggle with it, and had no way to actually get themselves off of that. So that's where my stance is I think my biggest issue was the fact that OP took that community away from someone who is struggling with their addiction. And that's my issue with it. That was Vietnam. Thank you. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. It was opiates in Vietnam. Okay, thank you. I appreciate the clarification. I do get my history sometimes mixed up, but I did want to give that example of it's actually meth. Meth was World War II. But yeah, are we as a community ready to move to the next one? This will hopefully be put as a public stream that will be revisited, and I'd be also curious to see if there's any additional comments that we'll be able to visit. But the hope for this is to once a month or once every 2 weeks, we'll visit comments, we'll visit audience concerns, and as a community, we'll tackle some of the topics and we'll see if we can, visit them and look at them together. All right. As a final note, thank you, Lilith Rose, for bringing this as kind of a discussion point and something that we can talk about as, oh, interesting. We have a new one here. Was a devil? Well, at least I disagree. What made him devil at, compilation video, copy and paste my comment below. The 14-year-old with drug story, I want to say I'm wrong because it's been a while, but the OP said he was in the Philippines. They're super strict when it comes to drugs. The police doesn't need proof of drugs and someone to be allowed to kill them, and a lot of killings happen because of hearsay. The child having drugs on him, but could potentially ruin the worst end. the dad is still the devil because he works and enables a very corrupt system, but the stakes are a lot higher, even getting suspected of drugs more than Western countries.
Welcome back.
Let's take a... Hold on, I'm going to drag this over here real quick. Yeah, that was a weird short recommendation that I saw. Tomboy friend in a ... The dragon take... God, YouTube Shorts is a mess. All right. We're going to use incognito to avoid that goober stuff. Yeah, no, YouTube Shorts, what made me move that was there was a YouTube short that I panicked for a second and wasn't sure if, like, for some god-awful reason there was an NSFW thumbnail, so I quickly yoinked it to the side. But no, it was just I don't know why YouTube allows shorts like that. It's so weird. But yeah, let me see if I can... Oh, weird, the posts are missing for that story. I guess I must have missed it on that one. That is not good. I'm disappointed in that I fucked that up. Oh, no, I see why. It's because it was the compilation video that brought it up. So that's why. Okay. 1659. Okay. Let's take a look at that here. I'm gonna just... Okay, we're gonna avoid looking at specifically my take on this one, and we're gonna revisit it as... Let's see, because this one's like from like almost a year ago at this point. So let's see. Father of 3 children, recently I found out my son Jay, 14 male, is in possession of drugs. A little background about me, I'm a police officer in the Philippines. There's been a drug war raging here for a few years now, and it's my job to help fight the war. So as you could imagine, I was pretty upset about fighting these drugs. When I talked to him, I immediately started yelling at him. I gave him the option to stay and get rid of the drugs or leave. He chose to leave. I didn't really leave him with anything. I just let him go with whatever of his stuff he wanted to keep. I have not looked back. I found out that he's now living with my sister, who seems to be supporting him as much as possible. I cannot say that I'm excited about this. While I'm glad he's safe, he should not be treated so well. My other 2 daughters, 8 female and 12 female, are very upset with me about this. When they found out he was gone, they immediately objected. I've gotten quite aggressive towards them, as I'm not going to change my mind. I have told them to not bring him up again. My older daughter, G, seems to have been going out a lot. I am pretty sure they've been seeing each other often. I will not change my mind about kicking out Jay, but I do wonder if I did the right thing. So am I the asshole for kicking him out so easily and being the way I am? Let's hear the Oz opinion.
So, I want to believe...
Oh, that's my old mic.
This is rage bait. But unfortunately, there's a little tell that I have that tells me if this was written by an adult who's fairly literate. And it's the fact that I read this in one take. The linguistical flow of this is a bit too perfect. It's a bit too on the nose for this to be like, well, bait.
Okay, so I actually do remember this one pretty well. The reason why I spoke about this first off is that video volume up. Yeah, I'll turn the video volume up. The reason why I open with the comment about whether or not this is rage bait is because a lot of the comments in the Am I the Devil comment section were specifically talking about how this one is obviously fake and this one is very clearly not real. So I knew that there would be members of my audience who would have that similar thought, so I opened with this.
This feels like someone who...
We'll get back to the beginning there so you can hear better.
I did the right thing. So am I the asshole for kicking him out so easily and being the way I am? So I want to believe this is rage bait. But unfortunately, there's a little tell that I have that tells me if this was written by an adult who's fairly literate. And it's the fact that I read this in one take. The linguistical flow of this is a bit too perfect. It's a bit too on the nose for this to be like, well, bait. This feels like someone who's learned the fundamentals of English and is working around them because every single word was very predictable, which tells me that this is probably an adult who's fluent in English as a second language. I've actually found that people who learn English as a second or third language, and when they're writing something up, normally they have actually surprisingly impeccable grammar, and their writing style is highly predictable.
So that was my reasoning for why I didn't feel like this would be rage bait. Also, 2 minutes ago, YouTube ad has tipped $5. When I was a child, my evil stepmother burned my face and locked me in a basement full of vicious Tumblr furries. Now I'm getting back at her by dating the internet's most eligible neckbeard. Jesus. So... let's hear the rest of the take here.
I'm able to narrate this in one single take, which is not very often, let me tell you what. And because it's probably real, it breaks my damn heart. Like, seriously. Kid's 14. Dude got abandoned by his father. My man, get off your high horse and have a conversation with your son. Thank God your sister exists, because this is just horrible. Am I the...
Okay. So... 14-year-old drugstore, I want to say I'm wrong because it's been a while, but OP said he was in the Philippines. They're super strict when it comes to drugs. They very much are. This is correct. I know that. I do know that because of how the Philippines approach. It's the same way with Singapore. The child having drugs is him not only the job of OP, but could potentially ruin, or worse, the end. The dad is the devil. So... okay, I think I understand what the comment is approaching. I think in general the father's behavior makes him the devil, of kicking the son out, not looking back, isolating him from the family, and isolating other members from even speaking to him, and essentially just fully removing him from the family. Even if it is something where, like, you know, it's against the country's laws, we still can have the objective morality of, like, yeah, what the father did is fucked up, and he's, you know, because he works and enables a very corrupt system, but the stakes are a lot higher. It's... I'm trying to think, because it's an explanation, not an excuse. That's a good way of putting it. I think my main mindset, even to this day, is more of that, like, how he approached essentially removing his son from the family, you know, is... God, we have two addiction stories right back to back. Because, yeah, you know, he is putting the family in danger, but... Thoughts on my lost comment, if you can see. With drugs, they're in love. Yep. Okay, that was actually something I was actually going to be getting towards in a moment here, is that the father's response was out the gate, get rid of the drugs or you're gone from the house. That is not really giving the child the tools they need to kick the addiction. And that's not giving them the ability to, you know, approach that. Which, granted, being in the Philippines, those tools don't exist. John Weiss at Camaro. It's not about him, but yep, okay, that's actually, yeah. No, I think that's where the caught up is happening here, is that we're focusing too much on the son's actions, which, yeah, he is definitely putting people at risk. He's definitely, you know, in a situation where he's putting his own life at risk. The country's laws are unfair, brutal, and entirely just disgusting. But the problem here is not the son being 14 and, being addicted to drugs. The problem is how the father approached the situation, and his approach is isolation over and removing any chance of having a community, as we were talking about with the previous story, and potentially worsening the situation. The problem that I think I really have is that my takes were so short back then that I can't really dive into the specifics on it. And I was more focused on getting to the next one, and I think that kind of left me in a position where that's where this comment came from. I do agree with the sentiment of this comment of how the dad is still the devil because he works to enable a corrupt system, but I don't agree with his treatment of his child. Like, I do understand the child having drugs like puts them in danger, but he still, I don't know. It's a lot easier being in the position of an outside voice of making the comments of like, well, yeah, you should obviously have done this, this, and that. Because I'm trying to right now put myself in the position of, you're in a government, you're in an environment where your child having drugs could not only get them killed, but put your family at risk. What options do you have? Like, you're pretty much left with which devil do you choose? Because no matter what, you're a villain. Without a doubt. And yeah, no, Skunk, he did throw away his son so quickly. But that is definitely a gross and tricky one. Oh, no, that is great. Art Block Insomniac. Absolutely. From, I'm kind of grabbing them from John Wise's comments that are responding here. So sorry, John's getting a lot of the credit. But if it were concerned for the rest of the family being in danger, he would have said that. Instead, the focus is entirely on his disappointment with other members of the family continuing to interact with the son, and even feeling they have to go behind his back in order to maintain that familial connection. No, that is 100% like correct, and that's a good point to bring up there. I think we are good to move to the next one here, and I do appreciate Ma5J. Don't text. Do that. Wait, Ma J. Don't do that. I think that's what it is. What a messy name there. But I do appreciate this one being brought up. It does kind of flow nicely with the previous conversation we had with Lilith Rose's comment on that. All right. Are we ready to move forward, do you guys think? I think that we can all agree that no matter what is going on here, the father was cruel to his son and, just did not make the right choices. And, he's kind of enabling systematic. Yeah. Anyways, we're going to move on. My word's not working. My brain is not working and the words aren't coming out right. All right. Now, let's see. For only taking my kid, posted 7th of August. Okay, gotta go hunt that video down. Give me just one moment. So that was 17th of August, only taking care of my kid. Let's take a
Welcome back,
look
everyone.
at that.
Oz here.
Shh. You don't make those noises. All right. And timestamp is 3. Okay, so that would be... okay, so that's going to be the only taking care of my kid. So that is the title post. Okay. Stepdad who didn't want to include his stepdaughter when he took his bio daughter out to do things. The bio daughter is going to grow up and be confused about why her dad doesn't like her sister. And he raised the stepdaughter since she was 2, so she doesn't know no one else is a father. He abandoned her. Wait. What is the disagreement? Especially because Um, I don't, what is, wouldn't hesitate to abandon his bio daughter too, especially when she turns 18, because he doesn't have the obligation to care for her after that. I did I say something that was, hold on, I got to hear my take here because I'm a little confused as to what the grievance is.
So back to my original comment on whether or not he was offered custody or declined it. If he was offered custody and declined it of Ella, I would say he is without a doubt the asshole for not just stepping up and continuing being the father to Ella as she's only known. Now, if OP was never offered any kind of custody split for Ella and he doesn't want to pay for a child that he wasn't even offered custody of, I can understand that. It really entirely depends on whether or not he was offered any kind of custody of Ella. That is the entirety of my perspective.
Okay, what I did miss in this one is also mentioning the fact of he is the child's only like father. And additionally, in the story, where does he state it? Got everything cared for, could do, split custody of Win, paid insurance as well, monthly payouts by choice. I want my daughter to have a comfortable life. My issue is feeling some type of way because I no longer want to fund Ella's life when I pick up Win. Amy feels it's not fair that I won't maintain Elle's life anymore, but I abandoned my daughter. I know Amy, where is it? I talked to my mom about it, and she thinks I'm a massive asshole as she sees Ella as her granddaughter just as much as she sees Win. And there was a point here where he says, the whole time I treated Ella no differently than I treated Win. I got her everything she needed and cared for as a parent should. So it's still quiet. Okay, I'll bump it up a bit then. My apologies. Second week of college, you're making me feel old. Thank you for the $10.
Now I'm in my second week of college. Thanks for giving me part of my humor and personality, young lesson 3.
Oh boy, I'm influencing too many people. And then we have Cullius Possum with $5. If it helps when my friend has a word jam, she says words facial, and that usually helps. God. Okay, so.
If it helps, when my friend has a word jam, she says words face hole, and that usually helps. Also loving the stream.
What I forgot to mention in this one, and I didn't realize this until after I saw a lot of the comments, speaking about it, and I forgot to mention this, is the reason why I have the take that I have is it's because either he loved Ella as his own daughter, or he lied about loving Ella as his own daughter. And if he did love Ella as his own daughter, that, like as he kind of implied here, then he should have, continued treating her as his daughter. But if it was just a facade, then yeah, that makes him an asshole because that means that the love he had for Ella was fake. I'm unsure what the comments disagreement is, I do agree that like OP here is probably going to be the asshole in almost any scenario, except for the one where he was never offered any kind of custody of Ella. I think that's the only one where I could potentially understand him and his choices that he made. Oh, there you are, Emily Sue. Welcome. There you are. I see you. Let's go. How you doing? All right. You didn't acknowledge that he is the father of the stepdaughter, and that's all she knows. No, that's what I was talking about a little bit there. I missed that in my initial take. I just, with everything that I was focused on, that is like a bit of a word structure that I totally did not include. Is that, yeah, that is the only father that Ella knew. Additionally, if he actively chose, when given the opportunity to continue supporting her, that he chose not to, that means that his love for Ella was entirely fake and had no purpose or no place being there. Additionally, the only way that I could ever see, as I think I was kind of getting to in a bit, OP not being the asshole here is if he was never given any kind of custody of someone who, by all means, except for blood, would be his daughter. If he was never given any kind of potential custody or any kind of potential arrangement where he could continue seeing Ella, and he chose, you know what, if you're not going to let me see my daughter, then I'm not going to pay for her lifestyle. I can understand this. But if he was given the option of do you still want custody of Ella? Do you still want to be in her life and be part of, and be her father? And he said, no, I only care about Win. Then without a doubt, he is the asshole. 100%. Does that make sense? Or do I need to elaborate a bit further? Emily, are you, or Emily Sue, not Emily Sue. Emily, fuck. Next comment you make, could you also give me a pronunciation guide? That'd be phenomenal. I think that a lot of this is that we're not given a full amount of information. Oh, Cottontail has a new gamer subs drop. Oh, that looks sick as fuck. Cottontail's actually awesome. I think they do really good work. They have a really new you had it right the first time. Okay, cool. But let's sorry, I got a notification from that and it kind of distracted me. I get the feeling that Ella is caught in the middle of a dispute between OP and his ex. Yeah, I would hope so, because if Ella is not caught between a dispute and Ella was just abandoned by OP here, and the moment they're divorced, he just hands up, walks away, don't give a shit about Ella anymore, that would make him the asshole no matter what. The guy said in the comments that he was acting like a father up until the point where he and the ex had some sort of disagreement, which is when he said that thing about not... Oh. I feel like he has the choice to take the stepdaughter with the bio daughter. It depends on custody rights, because sometimes some states, they will not recognize custody rights of the step parent after a divorce. It really does depend on that. Let's take a little bit of a peek at the comments here, because that's gonna be a big tell for this. Okay. I know a lot of people are finding some of my comments hard to believe, and that's all right. I got a judgment, and I know what I need to do moving forward. Thank you. No, she did not call me dad, but she also did not refer to me by my name. When she was younger, she mimicked my ex-wife, who used to call me Honey Bear, so she calls me Hun. She never grew out of it. No plans to adopt her as bio dad, technically, as rights, but he couldn't be found to serve papers. My ex-wife tried a couple times, then he'd come around and threaten courts for visits, so it was always dropped and he'd disappear again. She cheated on me with someone her mother set her up with and pursued a relationship with after. Okay. My relationship with Ella is good. It's not as close as with her mother for obvious reasons. She was a default parent for... This also does not justify him abandoning Ella, by the way. This is just information that I did not see. I do want to clarify that. We went through a couple of, all this is very recent questioning. Contrary to what everything I've not cut off Ella, I paid for all her school stuff and her summer activities. She's not feeling hurt or rejected because she's not aware of anything that's going on between her mother and I at the moment. She won't. She's terrified if she pushes for child support, he will push for some sort of... Okay, so this is about the previous bio dad. I unofficially have 50-50 of Ella for the most part. Amy did withhold Ella from coming for about 3 months last year due to her ex and I getting into an argument. I miss her birthday. That recently came back up between Amy and I. So he does have 50-50 custody split. We haven't got there yet, Wayward. We haven't got there. You're up next. Don't worry. Don't worry. You're on the chopping block. No plans to ever adopt. She doesn't call me dad. There was a fight. This is where the fight with my ex and I stemmed because I requested last week. Okay, let's take a look at this comment. This might give us doesn't align with your initial post. If you have Ella 50% of the time, why are you only picking up Win? You're lying now because you're getting roasted. She started school, so she'll spend the week with her mother. Prior to that, for the last year, minus 3 months, she tagged along with Win for the most time. The week before school started, I just asked for Win, which I've never done before, and is what started by the argument with my ex. Ah, there it is. Okay, that's a bit of a slip there. This is where the fight with my ex stemmed from, because I requested last week that the next several weekends moving forward with just Win. There it is. I grew tired of never having just Win. That's when she claimed I was abandoning my daughter and stemmed the whole fight about money and time. Granted, when I brought back... Okay! Yep, there it is. There it is. Yeah, no, I think this actually, in my eyes, is putting OP into being asshole territory, because they are actively phasing Ella out of like you don't just like, if he actually sees Ella as being his daughter, he is actively choosing Winnie or Win over Ella without a doubt, and that does in fact make him the asshole. So with additional context, like I do think that he is actually just garbage. Like, and he is we have the answer to my statement. He was given the option of 50-50 custody, and he is taking this route, which does make him the asshole without a doubt.
Legally, he is without a doubt in the right in any scenario. Currently, you're the asshole. So back to my original comment on whether or not he was offered custody or declined it. If he was offered custody and declined it of Ella, I would say he is without a doubt the asshole for not just stepping up and continuing being the father to Ella, as she's only known.
So that... I still stand by my original take, but with the added context, thanks to Emily Sue, like, you know, having us revisit this, I firmly stand in the boat that with those additional comments, this guy is the asshole without a doubt. And I'm actually gonna go. Where the fuck are the comments? Sorry, this is the YouTube channel that I listen to ASMR on, so it's got a lot of cringe stuff on. Okay, so we're gonna copy that little username there. Just got the notification for the community post. That's fucked. For bringing up the title post in today's community comment
Just Casual was robbed
stream
by a possum
to
at
be
knife point for
reviewed.
$5. Not a
Yeah.
disagreement. I 100% agree with your opinion. But can we talk about the dad who abandoned his daughter because the grandparents got her a smartphone? Because that guy is in serious need of therapy.
Yes, could you post that one? We'll look at that one as a final part of this. Just we'll revisit that one for funsies. In the process, we had discovered that OP was given 50-50 custody and has chosen to abandon Ella. OP in this post is the asshole. Okay, there we go. That has been pinned and corrected. All right, let's go. A QA stream. We will probably do a QA stream at some point, but for now, the main focus is going to be looking at these previous comments and getting that stuff locked in. Okay. I do want to put hearts on these ones that we visit so I know which ones I've looked at. Okay, cool. Now, whoa, that's a big one. All right, only one I can remember being in disagreement with is that your video titled, "Am I the asshole for neighbor's harmless dog sent me to the ER?" Let's grab that one. Are we, okay, real quick before I do move on, are we good to move on? Like, are we all in agreement that OP in the post that Emily Sue brought up is the asshole, thanks to the additional comments that we saw that lock in the fact that, yeah, like, he definitely dropped the ball there without a doubt. Sick. March 16th. Oh, that is an old one. Oh boy.
Welcome back, everyone.
All right. Emily Sue, if you're still here, did I answer and address everything that you wanted, or am I missing stuff additionally? I just want to make sure that I've addressed this in a way where like it I've done my due diligence here. If you're still around, of course. If not, no worries. Hopefully, maybe you could. Awesome, perfect. Thank you for the comment. I really appreciate that. Okay. So, next comment from WoofEXE. I think you're in stream, aren't you? This one's mine, and the one I mentioned from Van Havoc's $5 Sport Chat earlier. Okay, cool, perfect. Okay, you got a long one. All right, I'm going to be unnecessarily very mean to you for no reason whatsoever, just because I think it'd be funny. I'm joking, by the way. I would never do that. So, starts at 12, ends at 29. Friends comments. Let's take a look at this post in full. Oh, god damn it. Okay, I guess we're not doing. Wait. Okay, I think I do remember this one a little bit. Let's we're gonna grab this one here. Let's take a look.
Do it. Bellanella 10. Am I the asshole for calling out my husband's friend after he made inappropriate comments about my son's paternity? I, 23 female, have been married to my husband, Alex, 27 male, for 2 years, and we have a 10-month-old son, Dylan. Alex has a friend named Mike, 27 male. They've been best friends since high school. From my first encounter, I did not like Mike. He's really childish, likes to be the center of attention, and has a crude sense of humor. It's like he never got out of his frat boy phase. All of my husband's friends are married or in long-term relationships, whereas Mike has never been in a long-term relationship or has brought any woman around. He's also made some weird comments towards me that made me uncomfortable. My husband has a deep bond with Mike, and they often go on hunting trips or have boys' nights. I've never tried to keep my husband from hanging out with his friend, but I have limited my contact with Mike as much as possible.
I wonder if I can read it faster than 1.75
Since we've
speed.
been together.
Let's see.
He's also made some weird comments towards me that made me uncomfortable.
He's also made some weird comments and made me uncomfortable. My husband has a deep bond with Mike, and they often go hunting. Yeah, I guess I can't. They often go on hunting trips or have boys' nights. I've never tried to keep my husband from hanging out with his friend, but I have a very limited contact with Mike as much as possible since we've been together.
My husband has a deep bond with Mike, and they often go on hunting trips or have boys'
My
nights.
voice is not
I've
ready
never
to
tried
speak
keep my husband
quickly.
from hanging out with his friend, but I have limited my contact with Mike as much as possible since we've been together. Mike came over to pick up my husband to go golfing. I was holding our baby when I answered the door. Mike greeted us at the door, asked to hold my baby, and was cool.
Okay, this
And
is
he
the
said,
guy
"Hey,
that made
Aaron,
the.
Papa." And
Okay.
my husband and Mike started laughing. A bit of background. I have Aaron blew up, and Mike continued to laugh. I was obviously not amused. I told Mike to hand me my son and then told him, not in a million years, and no woman with sense would want you. Neither my husband nor Mike laughed at my comment, and Mike just made a face before he and my husband left. Later, my husband told me I took it too far with Mike. That Mike was just joking, but I made it personal. I told him
Okay,
his
this was
comments
not
were
the one I thought it
disrespectful
was,
towards his wife and the mother of
actually.
his child. He then said it's obviously not true, so why am I so upset when I know how Mike is? In my opinion, not the asshole. Now, I understand that Alex and Mike might have that relationship, but the important part of it is that OP is uncomfortable by the comments being made. Just because it is obviously a joke doesn't mean there is still some deep-rooted implications that are uncomfortable for OP in the moment. I mean, I know that I'd be really uncomfortable if my friend started joking with my partner like, yeah, I slept with your wife and that's my son. Because that is the root of the joke there. I mean, think about it if the roles were reversed here and Alex was the one coming onto Reddit and posting this because his wife and Mike made a joke about how the child is secretly Mike's, and the wife made the joke about it and laughed about it. Because what this really boils down to is not the fact that a joke was made, it's the fact that it makes OP uncomfortable. And they have every right to express their discomfort with that joke.
Okay. So, WoofEXEs. Only one I can remember being in disagreement with, and that is your video titled. Yep, there that is. Story I'm referring to is this one. Here's my comment that I made about 5 months back as to why I disagree. First story, I have to say, for once I actually disagree with Oz's not the asshole verdict. I feel like the comment that OP made about not in a million years was completely fine, but it goes a bit far when you say no woman would ever want you. Was the joke an okay thing to say? No, definitely not unless you know the person well and they like that type of humor. Was it reasonable to respond saying no one would ever want him? In my opinion, also no. I feel like the better approach would be to talk to the partner about this and or Mike to let them know that their comments and jokes make them uncomfortable rather than just try to distance themselves, grow resentment, and then lash out because it's become too much for them to handle. Personally, I would say everyone was a bit of an asshole in this one. However, if OP did genuinely tell both Alex and Mike they felt uncomfortable with Mike's jokes, then OP would definitely not be an asshole. Just a bit of a jerk for the comment tacked on at the end, but if Mike knew he was making her uncomfortable, then he would have been just getting a taste of his own medicine, which I think is reasonable enough. An eye for an eye, as they say. So in my opinion, edit to at, I think you meant everyone sucks here on this one. I think that's the, because ETA usually means edit to add or estimated time of arrival. But yeah, everyone sucks here on this one. I do, and then just I'm trying to find any more. I appreciate the nice little paragraph at the end there, very much big. So sorry, I don't like I struggle with being complimented because it makes me feel like I'm being sycophantic towards myself. So I have a hard time with compliments and people complimenting me. But let's go back and take a look at the story one more time real quick. I can't look at it because it's been deleted, unfortunately. So that's not the right one. Where is it? Okay. So, married to my husband, Alex, for 2 years, and we have a 10-month-old son. Alex is a friend named Mike, best friend since high school. I did not like Mike. He's never had a frat boy phase. Friends wasn't do. Made weird comments towards me. Husband is a deep bond. Try to keep my husband. Do have as much as possible since we've been together. Okay, no, I actually do understand where woof.exe is coming from. Is from the post, it does not look like OP ever did directly state that Mike's jokes make them uncomfortable, so I can definitely understand where like the idea of this just coming out of nowhere comes from. I think the reason why I so quickly sided with OP is just from the fact of like, if you already have like resentment towards someone and they're making jokes that you find to be inappropriate, and then you finally kind of like make a joke that you feel to be in a similar vein, that would be justified. Let's see.
Fine.
Someone says, I still stand by not the asshole, but I could see it as justified asshole instead. I think I would lead towards could read the comments because Mike. Do you mean the comments in the post or the comments on the a simple thank you should always be sufficient. I still struggle with that. But yeah, we have no way to look at the OP's comments because they deleted their account, unfortunately. I think if it was previously made aware that okay, so I think here's how I'm gonna kind of like talk about this one a little bit with kind of like a second viewing. If OP had previously spoken to Mike and her husband about Mike's comments making them uncomfortable, I would say definitely not the asshole. But even with without that happening, with OP's comment, I do agree that the not in a million years, like no one would ever want you, could be seen as going too far. But with the other context of the jokes being made, I could see this kind of being like, I'm trying to think of the best way to like put my words here. I would say at worst OP would be a justified asshole, because I mean it would still suck having someone basically like yeah, your kid is actually my kid, and like, you slept with me. Like I feel like that could definitely get under the skin for some people in a way where it would definitely be like, this sucks, and could cause that reaction. I think I can understand where WoofEXE is coming from, with how they're approaching it, and I think I would be willing to probably say that this would be a not the ass, or possibly a everyone sucks here, but OP is a justified asshole. If that makes sense. And I ask that you guys be respectful to WoofEXE on this one, because like the whole point of this is for us to be as a community having this conversation. And WoofEXE was willing to post their grievances publicly for us all to look at and review, which is incredibly awesome and commendable that they're willing to do so. John Weiss makes some good points. OP definitely didn't deserve those comments, but I just don't know if the approach works. OP is definitely a justified asshole, only a bit. So I think that a lot of us would be able to agree that, like, there is definitely a better approach, without a doubt. But in the moment when emotions are heated, I think that that's when, like, a lot of us hit our most kind of unfortunate mistakes, where words that we may not fully mean come out. And I think that's kind of where I'm blabbering. I'm going on tangents here that are more of just performative than anything else. I think I would be willing to look at this as a potentially a justified asshole, without it, like, at a minimum. I don't think in any way, shape, or form I could say that OP is just the asshole and OP is entirely in the wrong. I could see an argument for everyone sucks, and I can definitely sympathize and understand where WoofEXE is coming from. But I do find myself leaning more towards not the asshole or justified asshole. I do think that WoofEXE's point about whether or not OP just silently built resentment really shapes the verdict, which we unfortunately can't know. That is true, but I do want to add, as like an additional point here, OP was trying to not interfere with her husband's relationships and be like, you know what? Boys will be boys. I want my husband to have friends that make him happy. I don't want to police this. I want to try to be as supportive as a wife as I possibly can. And they kind of just took the comments on the chin, just kind of dealt with them, just kind of like, I don't like these, but I'm just gonna let them slide because my husband's happy. And then eventually, dam breaks, and no woman would ever love you, not in a million years, comes out. Aaron wins with 10 gifted memberships. Thank you. I am gonna go and mute the thing here so that we don't hear the chime over and over again, just until that ends. But I do think WoofEXE brings up valid points. I don't know if I can 100% agree with them, but I definitely can see where they're coming from, and it is not unwarranted in any aspect, in my opinion. I think that they do bring up some solid opinions. Crummy situation for everyone, but mostly OP, of course. WoofEXE, are you good with us moving on, or do you want to continue to litigate this one for a little bit? Oh, I actually think the chat you just posted answers that. Thank you for commenting. I really do appreciate you guys actually posting comments so we can discuss this and actually have these conversations. Because while it does put everyone here in the spotlight, I do love the fact that we're able to have this conversation gently. And we're actually able to talk about this in a way where it's kind. And we're able to be sympathetic towards each other and see where each of us are coming from. And no worries for the chimes. Like, YouTube is, it's just kind of a goofy thing. But, okay, I think that we can actually turn that back on. But yeah, I think, are we good to move forward to the next one here? We're actually getting to roses, which is why I read it as rose, because there was no parenthesis at the beginning. Okay, chosen one. This is one that I am going to be because I did in the comments speak with some people about this one. So I am a bit more familiar with this one. But how many of you were able to read or listen to the Not the Asshole post last Sunday or this the previous Sunday? Yesterday's post.
This is a good stream to watch after having
Silver
just
Flight.
completed my
101, thank you for $5.
112% revisit and having a huge
I need to play
adrenaline
Hollow
rush.
Knight. Dib Jib, welcome to stream. Hopefully you could stay for a little bit, but I understand if you gotta step out for a little bit. This hopefully will be listed as an unlisted stream, or not unlisted, a public stream, so you'll be able to revisit this and watch it in full in the future. Okay, someone says they responded to... Oh, we have addition one from Dragon Clapper. Okay, we need to go back and... Oh, okay, thank you, just casual for that one. Their older daughter was going to... I still disagree with them being the wrong for not telling her. Going on a trip with their friends... I would need the post title. Oh, here it is down here. We'll have to just take a brief look at this one to see. Nope, because this one, My Family Went to Disneyland Without Me, that was the one where they were looking back at the photo albums and found out that their sibling was getting special treatment. I think. I would need to look back at this one. We'll explore this one as the final one, because I do want to keep going downward. Okay. So we have two comments here. We're gonna talk about this one in full. I'm gonna give my opinions on it and where I stand, and I'm gonna go and grab the post from yesterday so I can at least talk about where I'm coming from on it. So that way we at least have that frame of reference in addition. So where is it? Okay. Oh, Iliad. Only if you want to be around to be a stream mod, Iliad. But let me just add you as a moderator just in case. I did see another moderator. I think I didn't realize that we weren't properly modding people. But honestly, I think that we should totally be fine on this one, but I'll put a ping in if we're having any issues. Okay, so Chosen One, copy and paste from comment for the Chosen One story, and this was coming from someone who's adopted at birth. The sister was completely the asshole, and while OP was extreme, I think it's ultimately justified. I think that level was ultimately needed for her to stop. Imagine growing up hearing someone who you're supposed to think is your sister and is basically just thrust upon you to have a relationship with saying your parents don't love you and they're just stuck with you. I don't care what trauma she's going through. The golden rule of treat people the way you want to be treated is a golden rule. This sister got exactly what she deserved and deserved the way she's been treated, treating others thrown right back at her. And we have additional comment. As another adopted kid, I also agree with this take. While OP was harsh in their confrontation and shouldn't have said it in that way or setting, the sister was absolutely wrong to continue with the Chosen One shtick for that long. Adoption does not make any child less or greater than their siblings. I think that what plays into it too is, if I remember correctly, the father seemed to prioritize the sister, while the sister has her own trauma and abandonment issues. A parent showing favoritism towards one child in any capacity can make another child feel less wanted. So I don't agree with the total defense of the sister in that vid, but I really hope I'm remembering the specifics of that story correctly. So let's take a look at this one. We're born, mom and had a child with her old boyfriend, Penny. Bio dad didn't stick around. Mom met dad when Penny was 3, got married, dad adopted Penny. Growing up, Penny was always the apple of my dad's eye. He gave us all attention, but he always went out of his way to make it equal. Around the time she entered her teens, Penny would make the joke, Dad was stuck with you guys, but he chose me, or refer to herself as the chosen one. My brothers and parents always thought it was hilarious. I thought it was obnoxious. If our parents and I were ever discussing what traits we got / didn't get from Dad, Penny would break in with, I didn't get anything from him except his last name because I'm the chosen one. Now we're all adults and Penny still trots that out from time to time. Recently, it came up my siblings and I were out with our parents for drinks. One of my brothers has a newish girlfriend, so she wasn't aware of Penny's story. Penny was telling it, shoving in that she's the chosen one. I admit I was a little drunk and I said, chosen by our dad, but you weren't chosen by your first dad, huh? Penny got a hurt look on her face. My brothers told me that was uncalled for. Even the new girlfriend was looking at me like I was a douche. I said this story is just getting old. We've all heard it, and it's a little ridiculous. My boyfriend ended up calling us an Uber and getting me out of there. So, I also would like to see, as a slight correction to my comment. Yep, let me strip and find it real quick. I know I used the term I don't care about her trauma. I would like to re-say this as I don't think she should be completely free of blame just because of her trauma. Okay, so I'm going to give my point of perspective and why I had the response that I did. And I just kind of want to see where you're feeling on this one. So from my point of view, judging by the fact of my brothers and parents always thought it was hilarious, everyone seemed to be, feeling that it was uncalled for. New girlfriend looking at her like she was a douche. Boyfriend had to call an Uber. My impression from this is the first time anyone had ever told Penny that her comments weren't funny, that they were hurtful. And it caught Penny off guard. So that's the impression that I get from this, is Penny told the joke the first time, everyone laughed. Penny was given the impression that these jokes were fine, that people enjoyed these jokes and thought they were good. So, seeing that her family finds them funny, she continues making them. This was Penny's, at least from my interpretation, this was Penny's first time hearing that someone had an issue with these jokes. And not only was this the first time Penny heard this, but it was, yeah, you were chosen by the dad, but you still weren't chosen by someone. I'm not sure if Penny, which, giving benefit of the doubt towards Penny, I don't know if this was supposed to be coming off as like, Dad's stuck with you guys, but he chose me. If that was the tone, then yeah, that's meant to be malicious, and my headset's dying. But if the tone instead was like, yeah, Dad's stuck with you guys, but he chose me, more like joking, I could see that more of falling into the joking category, which, giving benefit of the doubt, that's how I interpreted of it. Now, I do think that OP's emotions are valid. They were bottled up. Hearing that for their entire life, that fucking sucks. Like, that's not fun to hear. I don't blame them, and I have sympathy for the fact that, they were hearing that, digging into them, alcohol in the system, damn brakes, here comes the comments. But unless Penny had previously been confronted of, hey, I find these comments to be hurtful, I'm not sure if I can give a ton of fault towards Penny. I can maybe say that Penny is oblivious to how her comments could come across. I could definitely agree that Penny is not exactly thinking her words through and is definitely being extremely short-sighted, but I don't know if I can agree if there's malice there. And I think that's my biggest part of that. I think no matter what, a conversation needs to happen between OP and Penny, whether it should have happened previously or, what is one thing, but no matter what, especially after both of these comments were made, I think that, Penny and OP need to have a conversation as sisters and be like, hey, I'm sorry that I said what I said, but you making those comments for all the time that you've had has gotten under my skin, and it feels like you're saying that I'm not wanted in the family. And it hurts. Rose comments, from that perspective, I think all the other family members are the asshole, and Penny should at bare minimum get therapy for issues from her. I agree with that. I agree with that one for sure. Without a doubt. Because the adults, the father and mother should have been like, hey, Penny, that could come across as this, and that. Because they're adults. They have the actual, experience and fundamentals where they could 100% recognize and see that as being for what it could be interpreted as. A joke tacked on with a bit of malice going right towards the siblings. And yeah, I can get behind that 100%. That Penny's behavior was enabled, but Penny didn't realize the harm that it was causing. I can get behind that. Just based upon what was said here, I hate that my hands can't be seen with my motions. I have a hard time saying that like Penny was being malicious. If we have any indication that Penny was previously confronted though, and that Penny was doing this maliciously, then I would 100% say Penny's the asshole and eventually got what she deserved. But I don't see that, and I think that's why I'm in the issue the boat that I'm in. Also, with EXE, thank you for joining for a bit. I appreciate you posting the comment, and I hope you have a good day. Point, I think family therapy is needed. I agree with that. I do think family therapy could be needed. I do understand where you're coming from, Rose. With it, like, I'm not saying that your opinion is like invalid. I'm just my biggest point here is that from my perspective and from what I'm reading, and just with how I'm interpreting the information, I'm left to believe this set of circumstances. But I can see how you're interpreting the circumstances that you've commented. And I do appreciate the fact that both of us, no matter which one it is, can definitely come into the middle that, like, I think they need therapy. I think Penny needs to have her trauma, like, resolved. And I think that, sorry, I got a Discord DM. There's not calling her out, just made the circumstances happen. I'm waiting for... They all definitely needed... They all... Yeah. Let's see. Is Renny... Or Renyo roll? And still in? Trying to keep an eye out for them as well, because I know they also posted a comment in regards to that. Hearing the post, it sounded like a superiority complex in compensating, but now I definitely see where you're coming from. But I can also see where this, like, I can also understand how you would interpret Penny being adopted and having that and it coming off as a superior. Like, I can understand where that came from, and I'm glad that we're able to, like, discuss this and have this conversation. I can 100% agree that, like, the mother and father are enablers and Penny needs therapy. I think that OP's comment, while it did go too far, I don't fault them for it. I think when those kind of emotions boil up and bubble up, alcohol in the system, you're eventually going to, like, something's going to come out that shouldn't come out. And I understand that. I don't think that was the right approach, but I understand it. I also, like, just additionally want to add, like, just from, like, a standpoint of being the odd one out, being in the position where everyone else finds the joke to be absolutely hilarious, but it personally hurts you, it puts you in a position where you feel like you're not justified or in the position where you can bring up your grievances with that joke, where you can have that conversation, because you're the odd one out. You're the one who's in the wrong here, because obviously everyone else is, having, these thoughts about it and they think it's okay. So it only further adds to that buildment and resentment that would end up building. So I understand why OP made the comment they did. And I don't apparently I got a notification that my microphone was unmuted but had no signal. Huh. That's weird. But yeah, I can't blame OP for the reaction. I can sympathize with it without a doubt. If that makes sense. the adults failed Penny and OP. It's so clear from the outside looking in how Penny's comments could cause harm. From the outside looking in, I agree with that. 100%. But yeah. And I think that's where a lot of like the disagreement comes from, is from the outside looking in. Yeah, it is very obvious how those comments could be interpreted. But I'm trying to look at it from both perspectives, and I think that's why I'm so lenient towards Penny. But I do agree with the fact that, like, yeah, they should definitely seek out therapy. Why is an adopted girl coming with her adoption hurt so bad? I think a lot of it is just, well, you know what? It's not my place to speak on that. I think Penny should just receive therapy because what is very clearly like a built up kind of series of trauma. I wish Renio Rule was still here to give their further input on this one. Rose, are you still in the chat? Do you have anything else that you want to, I guess, add on to speak about that could be, further litigated or discussed? Because, oh, I see okay. Profile pictures. Okay, so let me right here. This says Rennie Rule. All right, but in stream chat it just says Rennie. So, but it's with an IE. So in my eyes, I just totally missed that. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. Well, I think you've changed my perspective on this one. I would like to re-mention that all of this was happening during their developing years, and that is, yeah, no. That is worth mentioning. 100%. All of this was happening during their developing years, and OP only snapped once compared to the most important years. I think I can definitely agree with that. Is that I can definitely understand that 100%. Additionally, like, to point out what you find funny as a kid, you can wake up as an adult and go, why the fuck did I laugh at that? Yeah, that's additionally true. I feel like I am starting to kind of like roll my brain in circles right now. So I just kind of want to there's still a difference between being adopted and being a biological child. It bothers me at the ages it seems to have happened at. My little brother is only half related, but none of the family sees that difference at all. Honestly, everyone should have therapy just in general. That is, I do agree with that one. It's a shame it's so damn expensive. Yeah, I think the adults should have intervened. I think Penny was given the impression that the jokes she was making were not just fine, but delighted. Like, people were delighted by the joke. And OP was put in a position where they felt like they couldn't even approach or address it, that they felt like they were trapped. And eventually, pot boiled over. Alcohol only sped it up. The post is that the joke started and was allowed to continue whether Penny was oblivious or not. It was poor communication from OP, especially plus the adults not stopping it sooner. Yeah, I think so. If I were to, I still think OP definitely like crossed a line with their reaction. But just because I think they crossed a line does not mean that I can't sympathize and understand how that line was crossed. I think Penny definitely needs to go to therapy. And I think the parents fucked up by not, like, having a conversation with the kids, or even, like, just simply being like, yeah, well, we're stuck with you guys. We're happy to be stuck with you guys. Something like that could have been perfect, but they didn't. And that only led to OP further having the emotions they did. She had no guidance in the adults in her life to point out her words. Yeah. Penny life where they were most vulnerable, but ultimately I think the parents are the assholes. I can 100% agree with that, Rose. 100%. You're assuming this conversation never happened. I am assuming that conversation never happened. Yes, that is true. I am making an assumption that is potentially like unjust, but I feel like the reason why I'm making that assumption is because the resentment from OP had to have come from somewhere, and it had to have built in some way. And I think that's kind of the reason why that's yeah. New option voting parents are the assholes. I think actually what needs to happen is there needs to be an option for like a third party is the asshole. The third party is like the instigator. Ellis finds the joke funny and you don't. However, that does not excuse the outburst. I also agree that the parents are the problem here. Yeah. What are we doing? We're relitigating old ticks of mine, and we're kind of tackling them as a community and seeing how we feel about them as a group. But yeah, we're all bullying Oz. Damn straight. Yeah, it doesn't have the same ring. But I'm hard pressed to believe that there was no indication of it got to the point where it blew up like that. Idiot Witch, thank you for the $2. Welcome to stream. And the thing is, Dragon Lord, is unfortunately we just don't have enough information, and we're kind of just stuck to go off the information that we have access to, which is very limited. Anyways, are we ready to move to the next one, or is there more that we feel that we need to discuss on this one before we continue moving forward? Okay, all right, getting some good. I feel I've said my piece. I do want to thank you guys for posting your comments and allowing us to have this conversation. I do agree with a lot of what Rose brought up. I do feel I do just have some personal disconnects just because of, as I stated previously, we all our foundations and how we approach reality are built brick by brick with our own experiences. And
I can see why she might make that joke to cope with the fact that she's not fully related to her siblings. Not okay though.
And that is yeah, I do agree that the joke was not okay. I think my biggest standpoint is that no one told Penny that the joke is being taken incorrectly. And I think that that's probably one of the biggest issues here. I'm trying to realign where my brain was going. A lot of us are going to have different reactions and different approaches to things because our reality is built by our past experiences, the bricks that we've laid from how we grew and what we've experienced, and it creates us approaching things differently. And I definitely enjoy hearing the different sides of arguments from everyone. And thank you again to Rose and Rennie Rule for bringing this up and allowing us to have this conversation and to kind of just address like the fact of like, we might have some like softer disagreements on, where some of how some of the post kind of like rules and how we feel about it. But I know that we can both agree on the fact that like, yeah, the parents should have done more, like without a doubt. I think the issue is that, and like, yeah, that's, as we kind of spoke about earlier, from the outside looking in, like Penny's joke is definitely like, like gross. Like that's not an okay joke from like the outside looking in. And we can definitely see that. But I'm left to believe that Penny was never given the information of like, hey, I know you mean that as a joke, but that's a fucked up thing to say. Would this stream be long? Yeah, probably. I do think it's a complicated situation, and I do understand where like Rose is coming from, without a doubt. Same thing with Rennie. Okay. Let's move to the next one. I think that we're ready for that. Okay. A lot of comments. Don't know the specific stories. Here for the ride. Cool concept. Not yet to disagree. Difference of opinion. That's not even a specific take, but we're back to this one here. So a lot of people do have an issue with me using the word degenerate. I've been using it since 2019. It's something that I've actively been attempting to reclaim by calling my audience lovely degenerates. It's something that, like, I've been called a degenerate numerous times through my life. I've been, insulted by that, and it's something where I took it and be like, you know what? Fuck it. Yeah, I am a degenerate. What are you going to do about it? In my eyes, it's taking the power away from that word. And while it was oftentimes used by people to, as an insult, much like the word queer, it has been fully reclaimed by the LGBTQ community to the point where, like, it is, like, it's now just part of the identity. And I do understand there are a lot of people where they have an issue with the word there, but I'm in the boat where that's my word now. They don't have that power over it. We're degenerates. You got to deal with it. I appreciate it felt safer about you. Thank you. Well, but I also understand because I do know that there are some people where they come from, like, the Vault channel very well might be their first experience into me as a content creator, and they may be unaware of, like, my history with that word and what I've done to essentially remove its teeth and make it like, yeah, what are you going to do about it? It's no longer an insult, it's a compliment. What now? Given the origins are from those. Well, and I understand that its origins are fucked, but by taking away its power, it makes the word, at least in my eyes, have less teeth. Yeah, don't worry, Cam. I'll be doing a refresh once we hit the bottom to see, where we're at with it. And see if there's any new ones that were added as others kind of go with it. And I do understand that some people, they may not be fully comfortable with, my usage of the word degenerate. And, like, that is understandable. But I've used it for almost 7 years as part of my channel's branding and identity. And it's become something of almost like a point of pride where, it just kind of is what it is. Thought I was starting the vault and then getting... Oh, God, yeah, that actually has happened to some people. They definitely were in for quite the quite the introduction to the real kind of content. Let's see, that's talking about from D&D Stories, which we did speak about that a little bit. I am not going to spend the time to edit the stream down. My apologies. All right. I don't know how to read your name. My apologies. Scully Pendra. That's what I'm going to call you. Or Scully Pendra. Public proposal. Oh boy. Oh, and this was probably a sleep deprived one. She's not the asshole, but everyone sucks. The boyfriend was 100% the asshole in the situation. First off, the OP made it very clear her boyfriend, she wasn't ready for marriage yet. He just did pressure on OP. He made his dad's 60th birthday celebration by himself. I don't think OP sucks for saying yes in the moment. She was being pressured hardcore. I'm just confused by your verdict of everyone sucks here. So I'll definitely need to rehear that, but my guess would be is, let's see. Let's go find that one. My guess would be is that I used everyone sucks here instead of everyone's the asshole, because, like, um OP did, like, they um
Welcome back, everyone.
let's see, let's go find it. I want to hear my exact wording here before I speak on it. Okay, public proposal. So, yep, this is the one where big step, rejecting in public, doesn't want to do that. Not ready to get married yet. Felt humiliated because he went against her wishes for a public proposal. All right. Oh, God, this take is that long.
So, two things first and
Oh,
foremost.
boy.
One,
Okay.
according to OP, they had made it clear that they're not comfortable with such a big step yet. And two, this happened at OP's boyfriend's father's 60th birthday. It's a really weird place to do a public proposal. Now, personally, I don't like public proposals because they put way too much pressure on the person being proposed to either say yes and make it a magical moment, or if they say no, they humiliate everyone involved. And I think that honestly, it's just not a good option to do a public proposal, unless your partner has previously stated in the relationship that they love public proposals and they would love for that to happen to them. If you have heard them say that, then you've got the green light to go right ahead with that. But if you have not heard your partner say that they're interested in public proposal, please, for the love of God, keep it private for both of your sake. I think this is kind of an everyone sucks here because OP was put in a position that honestly I don't envy them being at all. Like, they were put in a lose-lose situation. Either embarrass your boyfriend in front of his entire family and then have to leave the event, or break his heart in the car.
Okay, so that's definitely poor choice of wording on my end. I think what I'm more trying to say is yeah, everyone sucks here, but the like OP was put in a position where any choice they made, they're going to be in the wrong. I think that's what I was trying to convey, but I did not use the right words there at all.
Private, when the conversation can be held without prying eyes. But then, of course, there's going to be the cleanup afterwards. It's just not a good situation to be in. The boyfriend is definitely no saint here either for not only doing this at his father's birthday, but also if your partner signals that they're not quite interested in marriage yet, don't do a public proposal because that is just a recipe for disaster. And the only reason why I said everyone sucks here is because the girlfriend was put in a really just not good situation, and I can't firmly state that they're not the asshole here because honestly, I don't know what the right choice would have been here. I genuinely don't. And I'm just leaving it as kind of the neutral stance because both have their cons. I think overall, in general, I'm definitely leaning towards the girlfriend is not the asshole in this situation. But
Oh, okay. I see what happened. So I had to be more careful with my wording because the problem is that I would do the tangents off the cuff and off the fly, and I would not firmly state my opinions, or I would change my opinion as I would record the tangent, and it would put me in a position where people would hear it, skip the tangent, and then I would be like trying like, but wait, no, I said this. See, like here's the timestamp. But then also beforehand, I also said like almost the exact opposite because I was still talking myself through it and feeling it out.
both have their cons. I think overall, in general, I'm definitely leaning towards the girlfriend is not the asshole in this situation. But either way, depending on your stance on life and how you've grown up and where you stand just on a level of how you comprehend the world around you, people might find her actions to either be totally justified or an extremely asshole move to do. And that's kind of why I'm not really sure which one it would be. So I'd be curious to have your input. Do you think that it was the wrong move of her to accept the proposal in public and then decline it in private? Or do you think that she was just totally justified in the boyfriend doing a public proposal, despite her saying the fact that she was not quite ready for a relationship at his father's 60th birthday was probably not the best move to do? Because I've never been in a situation like this before, and I can only really imagine it or even just begin to attempt to empathize with either side of this, and it's definitely a goddamn headache. Because if I were to also then look at the boyfriend side of this, there's a girl that he really loves. He wants to unify the love with her in front of everyone that he knows and cares about because he cares for her that much. She says yes in public. He is on cloud fucking 9 right now. Gets in the car with his new fiance, or at least in his mind that's what's going on, and then has his heart shattered. Like that sucks. Like, don't get me wrong. That is not a fun position for anyone to be in. But I still lean for everyone sucks here, but the girlfriend is certainly not the asshole in the situation because the boyfriend, despite her saying that she wasn't ready yet, still went forward with a public proposal, which has the most risk involved with it, and it turned out to not go in his favor. So please, let's hear your thoughts on it.
Okay. Yeah, I think my wording was just a bit scrambled because I was trying to oh, this was in January. Oh, this is when I was dealing with the weird like random influx of like ooh, yeah, that was a messy time. Um Sometimes, and I'm just gonna level with this actually because I'm not gonna try to like dance around this. I'm gonna be like just 100% honest. Um, wait, Sally the Worst is welcome to chat, Sally the Worst. If I may ask a stupid question, my A/pro assume that couples are sort of had a conversation where they decided on marriage, and depending on their wishes, a proposal happens. I think it depends on couple to couple. If I'm going to be honest, I think it's just kind of difference of like, you know, how the couples are like interacting. I don't know if I'm the right person to answer that. So during this time, and sometimes I have to be careful because I will go and I will take a middle stance on a post. Not because that's what I agree with, but because I get weird influxes of comments that are extremely aggressive. I've actually had people, for my takes on posts, send me like either death threats, or I've had my address sent to me, or I've had just really like gross things done. And it like kind of puts me in a position where it's like, okay, for this take, do I just go right for it? Do I leave the door open so that way the people who might end up doing this really like disturbing behavior, so they can feel like they're at least being heard? Or it puts me in a position where I feel like I have to kind of take like a weird middle road here, and in order to like essentially protect myself. And that's kind of why with this one here, because during this time, I was getting a weird influx of like red pill comments, of people calling me a misandrist, of people being like, oh, here goes Oz again, siding with the woman. If it was a man doing this, you would 100% be like doing X, Y, and Z. So I have to deal with that, which leaves me in a position where I'm saying, yeah, everyone sucks here. Think about what the boyfriend's doing. But think about this from the girlfriend's perspective, and I don't think I can call her the asshole. But everyone sucks here. It puts me in those shitty positions, and it sucks. It's not an excuse. I'm trying to just give like an explanation for why stuff like this happens, and why sometimes I will seem indecisive on like certain posts where like the answers should be obvious. And it's a lot of it actually happens with cheating posts. That's the most common one where I see that kind of behavior on, where they're not comments, they're DMs. Well, some of them are comments, but also I don't believe in deleting comments, but the ones where they're like threats or they're like disgusting behavior, those are DMs. Like they'll hit me with like Twitter DMs or Discord DMs. I've gotten Tumblr asks. It's gross. And it's something where I try to mitigate that, but at the same time, I kind of also have to swallow the fact of like, by me trying to appease the worst of people, I'm putting members of my audience who are coming towards me for like an honest and unfiltered opinion in a position where they feel like that they're now no longer being heard, or I'm being, oh God, I've seen comments where they're like, yeah, sometimes Oz can actually see the misogyny in some posts, but sometimes he ends up falling back into old habits. It's like, they're not old habits. It's just me trying to hide from people. Sorry. I'm going a little bit off the rails there with that one. But that's something that I can't really talk about in videos, or it's something that I'm not sure how to properly address or approach. But yeah, this was a take where I was being purposely obtuse with my language, and you can hear it.
Accept the proposal in public and then decline it in private? Or do you think that she was just totally justified in the boyfriend doing a public proposal, despite her saying the fact that she was not quite ready for a relationship at his father's 60th birthday was probably not the best move to do? Because I've never been in a situation like this before, and I can only really imagine it or even just begin to attempt to empathize with either side of this. And
so right here, I'm making room for the fact of like, I do understand 100% where OP is coming from. And then I flow into
headache. Because if I were to also then look at the
I flowed into that, I was stating that, and then to kind of like get because this was in the beginning of the year when I was getting those weird influx of comments, of then giving benefit of doubt to the boyfriend
side of this, there's a girl that he really loves. He wants to unify the love with her in front of everyone that he knows and cares about.
There's specific language being used there on purpose.
Because he cares for her that much. She says yes in public. He is on cloud fucking 9 right now. Gets in the car with his new fiance, or at least in his mind that's what's going on, and then has his heart shattered.
That is specifically to address and kind of get those comments off my back.
Like that That sucks.
Of being very careful with my language.
Like, don't get me wrong. That is not a fun position for anyone to be in. But I still lean for everyone sucks here, but the girlfriend is certainly not the asshole in this situation.
I'm speaking out of both sides of my mouth. Yeah, everyone sucks here, but the girlfriend's not the asshole. That's what's going on here. And I'm sorry that I've never been clear on that one, or that I've never I've allowed my yeah. JJ in Agami with $10. Thank you. Pretty sure I heard that elsewhere, and people suggest OP a long engagement, which people mentioned on yours was kind of manipulative and sucks a little.
People suggested to opt a long engagement.
A long engagement is
on yours that it was kind of manipulative sucks a little.
yeah. You're just stringing them along at that point in time. Does anyone understand why you'd come to watch an Oz video if you weren't here? So the thing is I've actually had comments where it's like, we're here for the stories, not for your opinions. And it's like, look, well, I have respect for like the other YouTubers who don't give their opinions. If that's what you're here for, go watch them. Like, I'm giving my input on this one because at least it gives me something more to the content. So, but I'm speaking out of both sides of my mouth here. That's what's going on. That's why it sounds so inconsistent and why I sound like I might be sleep deprived. And I hope Scalia Pendra that answers that question and maybe helps shine a bit of additional light. Because, you know, now that it's been 8 months later, I can now firmly state without any fear of that, because those comments have pretty much gone away, that, yeah, no, girlfriend's totally fine. Like, she was put in a rock and a hard place and there was no winning. And I can't blame her for being in that position. Boyfriend did not listen to her, decided to proceed with a public proposal. And he got what he deserved because he decided to go against his partner's wishes. You fell asleep to the stream with my voice. Well, I actually used to do ASMR once upon a time. I don't know if I can do the ASMR voice anymore. I say it's like cough. But let's hold on. Apologies to anyone who is uncomfortable with the ASMR style voice, but let's see if I still can, like, let's see. We're just going to find something to read here. Before my brothers and I were born, my mom had a child with an old boyfriend, Penny. Her boyfriend / Penny's buyout dad didn't stick around. My mom then met my dad when Penny was 3, and they got married. My dad adopted Penny. My mom then went on to have me and my brothers with our dad. That kind of voice. Sorry. Dies from cringe. But what's funny is that when you go back to a lot of my earlier videos, which I do have some of them on compilations from the from the early days. Good God, so many videos. So like if we look at like one of these as an example, you can hear that. She screamed that my sister... Never mind, you can't hear that. That's young Oz. That's from a long time ago. Never mind. But I used to... I had to get out of doing the ASMR voice back when I was first starting, because that was what I was used to doing, was ASMR gaming Let's Plays. But yeah. Anyways. See, I don't like whispered ASMR as well. I like soft spoken because I like the enunciations and the syllables. I like the full spectrum of frequencies, not just whispering, because that's kind of a cop out in my opinion. All right. Let's move forward. Lilith Rose. Wait. Is that... It is! It is Lilith Rose. Welcome. We read yours earlier. And we did speak about that. I don't know if you definitely 100% missed it, and I'm sorry that you missed that. But we did go over this earlier, and we talked about today's episode and kind of where my stance was coming from, but also understanding why you would have the opinion and approach that you did. Perfect. Do you have any additional comments that you want to add about that one that we can like kind of talk to and address now that you're here, so we could make sure that your point is fully heard? I just want to make sure that it's unrelated. But did you get a Gamer Subs cup yet? It is in the works. I can't show you guys the design, but it's good. I'm excited for it. Oz's shiny hair. It's grease. Thank you. I appreciate that. For those of you who weren't here for the beginning, my water heater broke. So getting shampoo out of your hair with cold water, not easy, not fun. Gross. Very gross and not fun. So yeah, I haven't been able to fully wash it with warm water because my water heater broke. So it's been hell. But yeah, I guess it's not grease, it's just product that can't be fully washed out because I don't have hot water. So, yeah. Okay, so now, okay, this one is not a post, that's just a compliment, which thank you, by the way, Nate Perry. We already went over this goofball. I hope that they actually, do they respond? They have not yet. Damn. I gotta be careful about that because sometimes I get in the headspace where I like fighting. It's like the autism part of my brain that just wants to like. So, all right. Bunny Sky 7593. Dry shampoo doesn't clean. Please don't. That is so. Dry shampoo is good for making your hair look clean, but it's not good for actually cleaning your hair because it doesn't have the same kind of like reactions basically. Yeah, so this one is about, and this is one that I was pretty much anticipating, was the open bar one. And I 100% dropped the ball on that one. So we're gonna even though I already pinned a comment, I do want to visit this one for the sake of just transparency and being forthright with you guys. Is that the right way to say that? I don't know if that's the right way to say that. But
Welcome back, everyone.
this is the open bar one, which I ended up posting this pinned comment for, where I said, I wanted to thank everyone for the constructive comments regarding the final post. Y'all have definitely opened my eyes to a massive oversight I made, as well as seeing things that I originally failed to consider. I was so focused on one minor aspect of the story that I entirely glossed over others, and now I have an entirely different opinion than I did, being vague for spoilers. Thank you to everyone that's commented. I've been doing my best to read and keep up with them, and responding when I can. Thank you all for the input. Please take care. So, more ASMR. We're going to scroll down. There's an ASMR channel that I found where it's this like guy, like this grandpa, and he goes over his toolbox and also like makeup products, and it's just so endearing. But
Welcome back, everyone.
no, don't do that. Whole conversation's locked in on the we're gonna see if we can grab that open bar post one. All right, here we go. So this is the one where it's, oh, didn't mean to click that. My fiance and my wedding invites have started arriving. Along with the invites is a few things we felt we should outline before the guests arrive to the reception. We have decided to not include an open bar. I come from an alcoholic heavy family and simply don't feel comfortable being around the people who are drinking heavily. This is something that I entirely missed and failed to consider in my original reading of the post that I 100% fucked up on. My biggest concern, which I locked in on for some goddamn reason, was this aspect here, which we'll get to in a second. Instead, my fiance and I have decided to have a drink ticket-like service instead. With that service, we've been able to customize how we want alcoholic beverages to be handled at our reception, and the venue says this kind of service happens all the time here. It was their suggestion, in fact. So I don't think it was that big. It would be this big of a deal. With the invitations was a card with the expectations, and one is to expect from the ceremony and reception. I didn't want to shock people when they arrived, so I figured the cards would be nice. Classy, heads up for the guests. The drink service bit of the card said essentially that alcoholic drinks were limited to 2 per of aged guest. The tickets are non-transferable, and like the other beverages offered, would need to be ordered from your seat at your assigned table. Drinks were also to be enjoyed at your assigned table. This is what got me. And when I looked at the comments, that's what I was left with. And I was left in the position of like, well, shit. Like, you know, obviously this is the main thing here. This is what I noticed. This is what the comments are noticing. And I totally missed this up here. And that was 100% like my mistake. And I fucked that up. Like, without a doubt. This was also, you know, during my first time, like the first few episodes of doing this one. I mean, hell, this was posted way back on June 17th. And, yeah, I made that mistake. And I did try to address that early. And nowadays, if I were to address a comment, I wouldn't go, I'm not going to say anything else because spoilers. I would be more upfront with it and speak on the fact of like, this is an area that I no longer fully like, you know, agree with because I missed this aspect. And my issue wasn't the open bar fact. It was, I felt that limiting them, not the 2 drinks, but being you have to order from the table and you can't enjoy them outside of the table. I hard focused on this for some reason. And I was way more focused on the fact of like, that's kind of fucked up that you're not able just to like, you know, socialize with other people at the wedding and enjoy your drinks. That's for some reason what I hard focused on. And that was my mistake. And hopefully that, not that it excuses it, but that it makes sense at least. That like my brain hyperfixated and I totally forgot this up here. And that was my mistake. So yeah, which that was already a pinned comment, so thankfully that was already like fully addressed, but I still do just want to talk about that of like, yeah, I could fuck up pretty often, and that's kind of why we're doing this one. Someone who has a lot of alcohol. Yeah, well, the thing is, I don't have a lot of, I haven't had to deal growing up with a lot of alcoholism in my family. Well, okay, that's not entirely true. I did have an alcoholic stepfather who was extremely violent. But the difference is that his actions were, I didn't watch him drink. I just saw the outcome of it. And then I was later informed of those actions being influenced by alcohol. Because, and this is definitely like a bit of a traumatic backstory, patent pending. When I was like 7, I walked in on my stepfather being physically abusive towards my mother, like chokehold and everything. And when I was 7, because I didn't watch him drink to himself to that position, I didn't have that connection that alcohol was the cause of that violence until I was older and able to speak with my mother on that one. But those connections were never made in my brain from early on. So for me, I never had like the straight up just like, this is the dangers of alcoholism until I was older and able to have conversations with people. How old were you when all that happened? I was 7. So, because I never had that mental connection, the idea of alcoholism being that dangerous or that destructive is something that I am aware of, but it's not something that I Wait, was that a comment that I made, Wayward Writer, where I said if you're going to a wedding for the alcohol? Is that something that I said? Or, yeah, you know what? If that is something I said, I definitely don't stand by that. But yeah, I didn't have the mental connections. Like, I understand that alcoholism is that destructive, but it's not something that first comes to mind. And that was something that I definitely overlooked on that post, and that didn't stand out to me for those exact reasons. So Yeah. Anyways, my apologies for the fucked up tangent there and the traumatic backstory disclaimer, but yeah. Also, while my desk is messy, do you guys want to see my new PC that I had to build? Because the other one died, which it's back there. The dead one's back there. I had to do a full rebuild because half of the electronics were actually just fucking done for. All right. There it is. Lots of pretty lights. I even have a Warhammer 40k Tech Priest purity seal on it. So, yeah, it's I'm very proud of it. It went well. Which, of course, when I built the new PC, literally like 2 days after I finished building it and booting it, my water heater fucking dies. So I gotta love the financial hell that reality keeps putting me into. But thankfully, thanks to you guys and your support on the Vault channel, I can actually like afford to replace my water heater. Granted, my savings account is going to be dead, but at least I can afford it. So, and I'll have hot water soon. Okay, now that we have this one covered and taken care of, we're going to move forward to Jesus, the forced date story made me genuinely nauseous, but a horrible fucking situation for that person. Poor girl. The guy needs to be spoken to strongly. Disgusting, disgusting. I am unsure what... Does anyone know which story this one might be in reference to and what my take would have been? I can't tell if this is just a general comment of like the forced date story is something they still are, kind of, stuck on because of how just horrific that story was, or if I made a poor tangent on that one. So, if anyone remembers what story this is attached to, then I would appreciate that. But I don't really have much to go off of, unfortunately, here. Okay. So. Oh boy. Okay. Dad pays rent is less with the comments, and that what you read. In more of the comments you read and associated with the post, I feel like it's something that should be addressed. Okay, so when I read comments for a post, that does not mean that I agree with the comments. It's more of this is what other people are saying about this post. I should probably be more clear that when I read comments, that is not a indication of my personal beliefs. And sometimes I'll actively choose problematic ones to show like, hey, look how fucked up Reddit's being right now. The post is talking about a father with bipolar and schizophrenia. That's spelled so wrong, but you get the point. The comments talk about the duality of how the father acts being reasonable and rational in some situations, but completely different in others. Just wanted to address how completely plausible and, for the circumstance, normal this is. I made a comment on the video about it, and I'll copy and paste. As a diagnosed bipolar type 1 person, it's absolutely possible for the OP of the last story to have both sides of her description of her father be completely accurate. When I am at a stable, more neutral state, that being neither manic or depressive, I am typically a rational and reasonable person. However, when I am in one of my episodes, typically more when I'm manic, but also occasionally when I'm depressed, I have on occasion gotten mentally/verbally abusive. It is something I am actively trying to get better about, and it's something I struggle with. With the skits on top, I can absolutely see the OP dealing with both sides of the spectrum. All that being said, I think OP is absolutely still in the right and not an asshole for telling him no. I remember which post this is. Okay. This is... Okay. I remember which one this is. I got it. Okay. I see what they're saying. While we are mentally ill, you absolutely still have to set boundaries with us. It is not an excuse, especially when he has the opportunity and money to be treated and still refuses to. I just feel like for the greater benefit of the subject of mental health, it's important for people to know that this father's behavior is not uncommon in the slightest. Like I said, it doesn't make it okay, but I feel like people knowing more about how mental illness works will help us as a society treat and help people more. I know this doesn't exactly fit what you're looking for, and if you decide not to cover it, I completely understand that. Gonna try to be there for the live stream tomorrow. Thanks for doing this, Oz. I think this really shows your integrity, and, well, okay, gonna, as I said, I have a hard time with people complimenting. But anyways, I still want to take a look at this one because the whole point of this is for us to have this kind of dialogue, and this is something that, you know,
Well,
God, fuck, damn it. I hate that so much. Like, if you click on the wrong part of the thumbnail, it open up the paid for info point instead of the, there's that ASMR channel I was talking about. I wish I could just turn off recommended videos for a little bit. Yeah, I'm a goober when it comes to, okay. Oh, that was when I apparently also had to re-upload. Okay, let's see. Okay. Fuck. I really remember this one now. This is one where I was so disappointed with myself in my take that I took the video down to correct it.
true. You. Am I the asshole for not allowing my dad to stay at my house while I'm abroad, even if he pays rent? I, 23 female, have just... So for those of you wondering why the video was re-uploaded, this is why. Because in the original version of this episode, I made a mistake, and I'm willing to take the analytics hit to make sure that it's clarified. When I first narrated this post, I was way too focused on why Reddit called this person the asshole in the situation. I was more focused on looking at this from why is everyone else thinking that this person is in the wrong? And in the process, I realized that OP was far more focused on her father's interactions with her friends than she was the potential damage to the house or what I had essentially entirely missed the first time, the physical and verbal abuse. However, OP states it as physical and verbal aggression, which is probably why my tired brain skimped over it and didn't fully process the full implications of that. I also wanted to thank everyone for letting me know that schizoid is an actual medical term and not just an insult delegated to 4chan and some darker corners of Reddit. But I do want to add that she did actually state in the comments that her father was a diagnosed schizophrenic. So, I'm not sure what that fully entails. By accepting to both support you and your sister, even though you're perfectly happy to accept your father's money, but when he needs help and support
Yeah, okay, I see what's going on here for sure.
yourself. Or
So I was reading the comments in this because I was trying to show why I originally came to the conclusion that I did and why I made the mistake that I had. And this is definitely in a bit of a different context than when I currently read the comments because this is a this was definitely a very messy time, and I realized in this one that like I was really unhappy with how I approached that, and because like when you look at like the comments, like it is so like if I which I've been a lot better about this recently, where when I see that a post is marked as "you're the asshole," and then I read the post, and then it's like, okay, well, what am I missing here? Because, you know, having the tism, sometimes I can't pick up on certain cues, so sometimes I'm like, okay, well, let me see if I can find what I'm missing. So then I'll go and I'll take a look at the comments to see if like, okay, you know, that makes sense. I'll reread this, I'll figure it out, and I'll piece it together. And then I'll go from that direction. However, which I've now learned this and I've been much better about it, Reddit is far from being right. And I've gotten into numerous disagreements and fights with comments, with the Reddit comments recently, because I've now been able to start identifying, you know, some of these mistakes and some of these issues, thanks to the help of you guys, the audience. I have been better about noticing these flaws in these areas of like, you know, issue. And while I'm still not perfect by it, by any means, shape, or form, thanks to the input of the audience, I'm able to kind of identify areas where Reddit is being fucky and unacceptable. So, yeah. But I do appreciate Savannah Watson for bringing this up, because this was definitely one where I did fuck that up, and I'm happy that I'm able to kind of relitigate and readdress this one, because this was kind of a yeah, kind of a messy one that I wasn't proud of even in that moment. Yeah, pardon me. Okay. Let's see. Next one. Okay. QTY. I gotta get food soon. I might go through a Cook Unity meal in the I actually might see if I can get sponsored by Cook Unity. They're a competitor to HelloFresh, but they actually just give the meals like pre-cooked in like a microwavable thing pretty much, and they're pretty decent. And they're quick. And I've been considering maybe reaching out, because it's a service I actually use, and seeing if I can get them to sponsor the channel, because I do want to keep sponsors to products that I only actively use. Okay, so QTY. Let's take a look at this post here and see what we can find.
Welcome back.
I like it in the thumbnail. You can see because I paint out the letters using a selection tool. You can see on wife in that thumbnail and screamed that I didn't fully paint out the letters.
Welcome back, everyone.
All right. So we're dealing with the leave me alone. Let's listen to that
Am
one
I
real
the
quick.
asshole for telling my fiance's friends that we aren't friends and to leave me alone? Too long didn't read, I yelled at my girlfriend's friends that we'll never be friends and to leave me alone. So, on December 1st, my fiance's friend, I don't know which one, hosted a holiday get-together that I immediately did not want to go to, but kept it to myself because I know how much my fiance loves her girlfriends. I do not have a problem with her girlfriends. It's their partners that piss me off. For background, each of them have tried to connect with me or befriend me over the years, and each time I've shot them down as bluntly as possible. I have my own group of friends, and I don't want more. I smile and keep everything service level in person because I know my fiance loves get-togethers. On the first night we all met, we all exchanged numbers, and once they each tried to text me or call me, I blocked them. They added me on Snapchat and added me on their group chat. I again blocked all of them and left the group chat. They added me to a group chat on Instagram. Again, blocked them all and left the group chat. Twitter, X, blocked. Facebook, blocked. Emails, blocked. Even here on Reddit, they're all blocked. They invite me to their boys' nights through my fiance. Stern, fuck no, every time. So at the get-together, the 8 of us, me plus the 7 partners, are sat in the living room while the ladies cooked and talked. They were in their own conversations about the election and football and whatever, and I was just smiling and nodding. One of them makes a joke about me being quiet. I try and laugh it off, but he kept pressing it. So I laughed and hid in the bathroom until the food was ready. During the dinner, the partners kept digging into me as usual, trying to get me to open up, asking me about my work and hobbies and my proposal story and wedding plans. I gave the same surface level answers as always, but for some reason, they weren't having it. And then everyone except my fiance started yelling at me for some reason, saying that I'm such a prick and what's wrong with me? And that I act like I'm better than them. So obviously I yelled back at them. The SparkNotes version is, I don't know them and don't want to get to know them. Leave me the fuck alone. I don't know any of your names. I don't care to know your names. Friends-in-law isn't a thing, and just because our partners are friends doesn't make us friends. Using my forearm to make a line. This is the line. Stop trying to cross the line. Stop approaching the line. Back the fuck away from the line. Everyone stay arm lengths away from me. Then I threw the car keys on the table and took a lift home. When my fiance came home the following morning, she looked like she had been crying. I've never seen my fiance so angry or disappointed and sad. I tried apologizing to her, but she called her dad to help get her stuff from our place, and I have no clue where she's staying. My calls go to voicemail. My texts are undelivered. Am I the asshole? Well, I hope your ex-fiance, because that's clearly what's happening here, find someone better, because, dude, it's okay if you don't want to be friends with your girlfriend's friends' partners, but at the same time, it doesn't hurt just to socialize and just be a little bit at least there, because you're doing that for your partner at that point. It's not just for you, it's for your partner. By doing what you did, you didn't just embarrass yourself, but you also embarrassed your probably now ex-fiance at this little dinner get-together, because now they're all gonna be like, what the fuck is with your fiance? Why is he like that? And then she has to pretty much play cover for you, and you can't even comprehend how you might be the asshole in this scenario when you made a massive scene and told everyone to fuck off in front of what sounds to be like 16 people. Like, these motherfuckers better be part of the Aryan Brotherhood or something like that for you to have this much of a negative reaction to them trying to socialize with you. Because there is nothing wrong with just maintaining a civil conversation and just simply not having any plans to hang out with them outside of events that's hosted by your girlfriend and her friends. It's fine. You're not required to hang out with them. But at least for your girlfriend, like, you could have just socialized with them and played nice and everyone would have been happy. But no, you did act like you were better than everyone. And you embarrassed your fiance. Probably ex-fiance at this point.
Okay, so QTY, you should have done more research on the leave me alone guy who told his fiance's friends to stop trying to be friends with him. You missed his comments that are enlightening and definitely depict him as a major asshole. So they he was trying to get his fiance to spend time with his one. He was trying to get his fiance to spend time with his friends because they're like family. Oh, okay. I think what this user's saying is like, hey, by the way, your take on this one, you missed like a lot of the comments where he's actually even more fucked up. So one, he was trying to get his fiance to spend time with his friends because they're like family, but he didn't even want to make the effort to learn the names of his fiance's friends. So he was pressuring his fiance to be friends with his friends because, well, I guess they're just so amazing. But his fiance's friends are apparently scum that it's a burden to engage with. Two, the post you read was his second post that he made to make himself look better. His first post that I guess was an archive apparently made him look worse. God damn it. 3. This is just amusing, but according to him, the fiance's father resolved the situation by having a beer with him on the porch, giving him a heartwarming speech about what it means to be a man and a husband, then hugging the brat and telling him, she loves you, go to her. Whereupon the guy tearfully turns to his fiancée, crying, then running towards him where he held her, told her everything would be okay. The fiancée told him she loves him and he's more important to her than all her friends. And the engagement is back on. I don't believe that happened, and neither do the people on Reddit. Even if it was real, the way he talks in his comments kind of make it sound like he doesn't even like the fiance much, and that he's only with her because her dad is the father figure he never had. And he even claims that he would be content losing her, but would be devastated if her dad what? Oh my god. And then, but then, which is kind of disappointing from you. Damn. I know I missed it, but still, I do think he's still the asshole. I also gotta like that one. I do wonder if they got me mixed up with because I was pretty harsh on him on that front. But yeah, let's take a look at that. I don't want nothing to do with them. I just want surface level to keep crossing. She was upset about blocking their numbers. I don't hate them. Please don't twist my words. I explain my point of view here, and she understands. Free to spend time with fiancés. Please, all she has to do is text me and let me know if she's coming back home or crashing with her friends. I did make an effort. I didn't mention the post and their outings, concerts of music. I'm trying to wait. My fiance is kind of the same as my friends. We're all a bunch. Okay, wait, never mind. I thought he was saying that they're all dorks. I'm not antisocial. I drew boundaries. What was the boundary? Trying to see here because the reason why. So sometimes if there's a lot of comments from a user, I just because of like my time crunch, I don't have the time to go through every comment. So just like to kind of explain, sometimes like for videos, I wake up at midnight and it is like the video needs to go up in 6 hours. And that's finding posts, recording them, which recording can take anywhere from 2 to 3 hours, then editing the audio, then editing the video, then getting the video uploaded. That is a lot to do in 6 hours of crunch. So sometimes things do end up slipping under the rug because I just don't have the full time to like, dig into everything. Them isolating her is laughable. I bought our house as an engagement gift in her childhood neighborhood so she'd be close to her friends and family. Yeah, this dude just comes off as like, oh, look how great I am. Quinn, we actually just went over your we just covered this one a little bit ago and we went over it. But welcome. So when it comes to this one, I'm not really sure what more to do because like we both agree he's the asshole and we both are in the boat of like, yeah, he sucks. But it seems like QTY's, main point is that like there is so much more to what he did that is just so goddamn messy. And I appreciate the bullet points because I definitely don't know if we have the time on stream to hunt down the comments in all of these because that is a lot of comments from him. But yeah, that guy was out of line, without a doubt. I have been trying to, with more recent posts, spend the time to take a look at OP's comments to see if there's more information there, but sometimes I just don't have the time to dig into every user's comment history to see what more is there. But yeah, no, QTY definitely on the money with the fact that like this guy is even more fucking crazy than his post made him out to be, which is actually kind of shocking. Honestly. All right. What else we got? Oh, okay. The Ian one. Okay. Let's take a look at this one because I do remember some people commenting that this is one that I know is I'm probably going to also be backtracking on potentially. So let's take a look at this one. All right. His accusations made him lose everything. That would have been the so for that, I tend to agree with your takes. Okay, so he has every right to feel hurt. If he were really their dad, nothing could make him throw away that relationship. And the Dragon Clapper's actually in the comments here. There's between kids as teenagers acting. Okay, so this one is the "You're Not My Real Father" one.
Boy Enzo, who are now 16 years old. My ex is one hell of an asshole. Care of them and was always there. Ian came back. Well,
okay, so this is the one where stepfather is doing everything he can to be a father. The two kids, Enzo and Olivia, who are both 16 years old, they got back into contact with their absent father. Absent father poisons the well in the relationship with Ian, who's the stepfather. And Ian, after essentially them turning on him, has a hard time accepting their apologies and, wanting to have that relationship again. And I think, let's hear what my stance on it was before we start looking into.
I don't know. Am I the asshole? Well, this is the consequence for the kids for allowing their biological father to snake his way into their lives and fill their brains full of lies about, oh, well, now that I'm back, I can be your real dad. Your real dad. Probably shit like that, and who knows other stuff that he said that got into their heads and kind of twisted their minds. Before going further, I do want to say that this is the consequences of the kids believing their father, and they need this lesson and learn it, and Ian is 100% entitled to proceed how he feels. However, if I were to make a recommendation, I think that the mother should talk with the kids and explain what they did, why it was so hurtful, why it was unfair, and how it would feel for Ian to essentially dedicate this much time to the kids only to then be put into second fiddle position because their father randomly appeared for a few days, promised them the world, then disappeared again. In the process of that, they fell for the donor's honeyed words and treated Ian like shit. If the kids do want Ian back in their life, they have to earn it. They have to go through the steps of actually showing that they understand they made a mistake. But the thing about apologies is you don't have to accept them. So Ian is more than welcome to live his life without those kids. However, he should not be putting the pressure of a new child onto OP just because he wants to essentially replace the void that was left by Olivia and Enzo. Although at this point, because OP never specified the kids ever actually apologized, it very much could be too late at this point. Like an apology might feel even more like an afterthought than it would previously. But still, better late than never. Because at least with apologizing now, you get the apology out there and you make it known that you do have remorse for it. But if you never apologize, then Ian is essentially just left with the idea that the kids don't care about the damage they caused. The kids are old enough to understand that they've made a mistake, and they should be old enough to take accountability for that mistake. And they also are going to probably get a pretty rough lesson on relationships at this point in life. I think in the end, though...
Okay, so the reason why So with Dragon Dad's comment, I do understand where he's coming from with like, if Ian was their dad, nothing should make him throw that relationship away. But from the post and the context we have, the kids actively refused to apologize to Ian, even after everything had happened. And they turned their back on Ian so quickly. They refused to apologize. They made no attempt to even reconcile the relationship, and all the onus was put onto Ian to rebuild the relationship with the kids. These aren't like, they're not like 10, 12, or whatever. They're 16. These are nearly adults. Like, they should have the emotional maturity to be able to apologize for their actions and grow from that. And like, I'm not saying that Dragon Dad here is incorrect either, because I do understand, like, yeah, Ian should be willing to take the kids back. And I think that if the kids apologize and Ian doesn't take them back, that is a problem. But right now, we don't have that because the kids haven't even apologized yet, at least at the time of this story. So I feel like, let's see, do we have any confirmation that Ian's like, I never want to have a relationship ever again? Um, oh, I think I see. Okay. Ian is not the end zone. They don't love him, and only Summer's replacement. And he thinks that if they're ever, yeah, this is fair considering how this story went. For Ian to feel this way. He probably feels, on the other hand, that they're little kids and he's making no effort to explain why he's. So I don't know if I can fully agree with that that there, because the mother did tell that, like, I tried to talk to my kids to tell them why they really needed to apologize, but they refused completely, saying that they had a dad and didn't need him. And it made me question what kind of kids I was raising. But this was also while the dad was still around. So I think, and then they pretended like nothing happened after he disappeared. Um, okay. Let's look at this again. Okay. So it's a shame that I don't think Dragon Dad or QTY are here to litigate this. They might appear in the comment section of the VOD to help on this one. But I think that if I'm going to, I guess, go off of the chain of events of the story, they're in the boat that, like, after the dad disappeared, they should have had the conversation with the kids of, like, why what happened was hurtful. And they did not. So they kind of left it while the kids were still under the influence of the dad. When they tried to get them to apologize, they didn't. And that, My issue with that is it puts so much of the onus onto the mom and Ian when the kids are 16. They're almost adults, and they should have the emotional maturity to comprehend when they're being hurtful. I think that's my biggest disagreement with this one here. Um, like, the kids need to apologize, and I don't think it should be up to like, if the kids were 12 or 13 or younger, I could understand, like, the parents needing to readdress the apology with the kids because they're still young, they're still not fully, like, you know, developed, which I guess 16-year-olds aren't either, but they are more emotionally developed. Uh, am I making sense here? So I think I could probably end this off with saying that like this needs to be like a two-way street where Ian needs to be willing to meet them at the halfway point. But for them to reach the halfway point, the kids need to apologize. Once the kids apologize, then Ian should be willing to accept that apology. But we don't know if there's that apology yet.
Miss Theodore.
Echo, thank you for the 10 euros. How you been doing, bud? The comments are bad. I've never met an emotionally mature 16-year-old. I agree they need consequences, but the adults should take charge. So I think I'm more focused on like the 16-year-old should be emotionally mature enough to understand what they did was hurtful. Not that they should have a perfect understanding of their emotions, but that they should at least understand that like, yeah, you guys can cause like harm. Um, Emily Stowe with $5. Because 16 is also the age where most kids get their driver's license, they get their jobs. In many countries, it's the age they're allowed to drink. In some countries, it's the age they can vote. It's the age they can consent. Like it's specifically the UK for that one. But 16 in a lot of countries is considered to be a legal adult. But also, yep, as Ash is bringing up, some 16-year-olds are mature while others are not at all. And I remember being a 16-year-old. There were kids in my class that were like, "Yeah, this is like an adult I'm talking to." And there are others it's like, "Dude, we're not in middle school anymore. What are you doing?" So I think the 16-year-old should be able to recognize that they caused harm. I think the mother should approach this from the standpoint of like, you guys need to apologize to Ian and can't just try to fucking sweep this under the rug. Because that's what we have going on here. Is that they literally just like we're like, oh well, now that dad like bio dad's gone, we're back to treating Ian like he's dad again. Like they went right for sweeping this under the rug. Like almost immediately. I think I think if we're going to be like uh ADHD kids of 16 are cognitive more like 11. I was not like that when I what? I don't know if I could agree with that one, Ruby. I think I could I just realized that my shaky leg is causing my entire room to vibrate. I'm sorry. Um I think fuck, because I see both sides of this. I do see both sides of this. Um, because on one hand, I can see like they did tell the kids that they need to apologize at one point. They did say that. But this was also when they had the abusive influence still in their life. It is very public knowledge that I have dealt with a malignant voice in the back of my head influencing my decisions, even as an adult. Great, and it, ooh, yeah, this is. But then also, when I was out of that situation, no one had to tell me to apologize. I went around, but also I was an adult. How old are you? I'm 25. John Weiss comments, you cannot make someone love somebody else. These kids nuke their stepmother's love. It's gone. There's no magicking it back into existence. I I do agree with that, but I think that you can repair that. I think that I think at a minimum, the kids need to apologize. Whether it's they're reminded they need to from their mother or not, an apology needs to happen and they need to meet it halfway. Ian also needs to meet them halfway with their apology and be willing to open that communication up. If neither side are willing to do that, then they are both at wrong. But we have no idea if that scenario would even happen because, story just ends there. Maybe we can dig in a little bit and see if there's some additional context. Who keeps saying he doesn't need it if Olivia wants to go back to therapy. Okay, so there are a lot of comments on this one here. That's for sure. Okay, so the final comment was, or not time, which is normal for them. They usually keep time to open. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely a major wound that needs to be healed. I do understand where QTY and Dragon Dad are coming from, but I'm not sure if I can fully get on board with them on that one because we're looking at a family who has a mm, okay. Let's say that like they definitely don't have the emotional maturity to realize where they went wrong. It sounds like they're in therapy. They still miss their father, or they still are disappointed and bummed out by it. We don't have any additional information on if Eon has like accepted the apology or has moved forward. There is also, God, this is such a messy one. Oh, Sally, the worst. You got to step. Oh, hopefully your migraine ends up, you know, lessening. Migraines are horrible. Try to take care. And thanks for tuning in for a bit. I think where I stand on this one, so we can move to the next one. 16-year-olds, whether it's with the influence of their mother or not, need to acknowledge that they caused harm. Ian needs to be willing to accept their apology when and if it happens. If Ian is able to do that, then there is no issue here. If he is not willing to do that, then I would say that probably is an issue. Because the thing is, those kids were influenced by an abusive outside source that manipulated them and used their lack of emotional maturity to turn them against their family. I have had my experiences with abusers who actively do that. And you don't recognize that until it's too long or until it's too late. I think that because they're kids, they're more susceptible to it. They need to definitely go through the effort of learning their mistakes and understanding that they did fuck up. And if they're not willing to do that, then the kids are just, they got to deal with the consequences of their actions. Does that make sense? I think I'm comfortable ending it with that approach. Or do people disagree with where I sit on that one? I'd love to hear additional input on this because what do you mean actually talks like this? Do you mean the accent or the like the way I string my words together? I think it's like it's such a horrible. Let's face it, it sucks. I think the kids were definitely done dirty by their bio dad, without a doubt. But they still need to accept responsibility for the actions that they caused with their bio dad influencing them. I think that's at least like a bare minimum. The way you string your words together. Eh, it is, yeah, that's just how I speak. Oh, without a doubt, bio dad's a monster. Like, without a doubt. But yeah, I think I understand where Dragon Dad and QTY are coming from. I'd be interested to see if they have additional information in the comments that they can add. And I would hope that they're able to post this, and maybe when I do another one of these, we'll be able to revisit this and further litigate this one. Because I don't know if they were able to make it to stream, unfortunately. Okay. Now, the one wayward writer has been waiting for. The custard one. Oh boy. Not gonna lie, I haven't been looking. I've been dreading revisiting the custard one because I remember this one being a pain in the ass.
Welcome back, everyone.
You're only 25 ounces. Think you're still too close age-wise to fully see the other side. As you get 40s plus, you look back and see just how immature you were.
Oh no, I understand that I've been susceptible to making a lot of immature decisions, but with me also being as close as I am to the age, I feel like I am at least able to argue that when I was 16, I would have been able to realize like some of my like emotional immaturity and disconnects, and like when I would need to apologize. Because I definitely did grow up as a bit of a people pleaser, and I did not hesitate to try to end drama when it would happen. But at the same time, though, you know, maybe when I'm 40, I'll turn around and be like, yeah, I was a fucking idiot with that there. So, yeah, I suppose this is definitely something where, with age, my opinion definitely does have room to like change, and maybe I'll be able to look back at it with difference. But I don't know. Also, guys, I just want to remind everyone that we should probably be you know, I would like us to be more accepting of additional like inputs that are being given by people, because we all have different um, different ways of growing up and different exposures, and we've all had our, you know, different upbringings and, you know, different opinions on things, and this is a community. We should be open to each other's opinions and not just shutting them down. And if you're going to disagree with someone, I do ask that you guys be kind about it. I love it. It's called the custard one. Well, the it's called the custard one because of a comment that I made, which was not, yeah. Let's, okay. But the parents decided to restrict grandma's contact over letting the baby have pudding over some line they could only get back by going to counseling, because it felt like a strawberry in the camel's back. And the grandparents were constantly superseding the parents because we're the grandparents, we got to break the rules, ooh woo. Whereas you and people in the comments were acting like the mother was being super controlling. So the custard one, I remember going through several different takes and opinions on it because it was messy. And I'll need to reread that one because I know that I... Is this the custard one? Yes. Okay, that's story, this one. Um, okay. When caught with custard, my wife took her son to the room and upset without saying a word. Okay, because the grandma refused to follow by the dietary restrictions that were implemented onto the child. Um, being harsh, and later my mom. Sorry, I forgot I'm streaming and you guys are. God, my bad. I'm sorry. I need to be reading aloud. My apologies. Okay. So, my wife, 30s, and I, also 30s, have a baby boy. Last year, we flew across the country with him to attend a family reunion and visit my parents. Things were going well until my wife caught my mom, 68, trying to feed our baby custard off a spoon. Against two of our clear rules: no sugar before 1 year old, and no spoon feeding. We're just doing BLW. My wife and mom had discussed feeding boundaries at length for weeks, and our 6-month-old had just started solids. Since our son's birth, my mom has increasingly ignored boundaries. The first issue was her demand photos at 9 a.m. despite our previous ask for no photo requests before 10 a.m. Her reasoning: rules don't apply to grandma. Yeah, this is one that I read the comments on and I nuked my opinion on it because I felt like I was gonna get flamed in the comment section because I do remember. Yeah, this is one that I fucked up on. When caught with the custard, my wife immediately took our son and left the room, upset without saying a word. I stayed behind and asked my mom why she didn't ask first, and said because I knew you'd say no. I was livid. This showed she knowingly overrode our parenting decisions. Later, she tried to brush it off as sarcasm. My mom's sister, who witnessed it, validated my wife's reaction. So this is one where I initially had a different opinion on it. I checked the comments and I thought, oh, if I have this opinion, the entire comment section is going to be mad at me, and I don't want to deal with that. So I revisited my entire approach to it because every single comment was that. So I felt like if I didn't change my opinion, I would give myself more grief and more stress, without a doubt. And I made a comment that was not in line with what it was, where I said, I think something along the lines of, if I remember correctly, this was like, oh, you're really going to cut contact over like a single spoonful of custard or something ridiculous like that. This is one that I'm not. I let I let the collective bias get the best of me. Thankfully, though, that was only May. Really? God damn. I thought this one was a lot longer ago. Yeah, this was. I'd be curious to look back at my files and see what time this was being recorded at. Um, let's see. My drive. Hmm. I may have cut it from my drive. Shit. I may not have the ability to see what time the video was finished at. Let me see if I can do some digging because I'd be curious if this was like a sleep deprived moment or not. Um, no, that doesn't matter if it's a sleep deprived moment or not because I still made the active choice to state that. Um,
Be everyone's interpretation, and I'd be curious to hear if this is just an exclusively me thing, was that it sounded like the grandparents were being excessively pestering in the mornings for photos, and I mean, hell, I've definitely had instances where if I don't instantly respond back to my parents, they believe the worst, like I'm dead or something, and I wouldn't be surprised if the 10 a.m. boundary was set because the amount of photo requests was getting excessive in the morning, and they hadn't even gotten ready yet or started their day, and it was exhausting. That was my interpretation of that, but according to the Reddit comments, I may have given way too much benefit of the doubt to OP here. Where I do agree with Reddit is that it does feel that OP was expecting an infinite amount of leeway with him and his wife, and the postpartum depression, definitely understandable. But any kind of leeway that was supposed to be given to their mother when it came to them having the therapy video call and setting boundaries and expectations was entirely not allowed. Scoffed at, even. Which I feel is unfair. I don't think there's any arguing here about the whole custard situation, even if the wife did yell. The mother not only admitted, but exclusively went out of her way to feed the child something that was outside of the child's diet established by their parents. Even admitting that not only do rules don't apply to grandma, but she knew that they would say no, so she decided to attempt to do it anyways. That certainly puts grandma here into immediate asshole territory no matter what. Now, a lot of the conversation does seem to certainly revolve around whether or not the parents' reaction were comparable to the grandma's initial action. To feed the child, it doesn't sound like grandma here in the story is necessarily a bad or evil person, just potentially fucking annoying. And it sounds like her annoying tendencies may have rubbed off on OP a little bit, and that can help explain why they had the reaction they did. There was actually a commenter, and for the life of me I can't find it right now, which sucks, but they basically boiled down to this as, do you really want to explain to your child in the future why they don't have contact with grandma, being that they tried to feed you a spoonful of custard as a baby? And I will admit, that perspective made me realize that, oh shit, yeah, that is kind of what's happening here. Grandma definitely overstepped for sure, but grandma is also willing to attempt to go to therapy and help establish those boundaries, but OP and their wife are certainly being difficult about it. As stated previously, they're expecting infinite leeway when it comes to them and their schedule, but not giving their parents any kind of leeway. There is certainly a lot going on here, and I would genuinely be curious to see how you all...
Okay, let's revisit. Okay. So then we're going to go back to this here. Rules don't apply to grandma. When caught with the custard, my wife immediately took our son and left the room, upset without saying a word. I stayed behind and asked my mom why she didn't ask first. And she said, because I knew you'd say no. I was livid. This showed she knowingly overrode our parenting decisions. Later, she tried to brush it off as sarcasm. My mom's sister, who witnessed it, validated my wife's reaction. The next day, we sat my parents down to talk. My mom initially apologized, but quickly backpedaled, changing details. It was a fork, not a spoon. He just reached for it. Things got heated. My dad said we were being harsh, and later my mom claimed my wife screamed at her. Neither of us remember screaming, but we aren't going to gaslight her. We ended the trip early by pulling back communication. My wife, who had been sending daily photos and videos, stopped entirely. I now send occasional ones. We tried working on things. My wife proposed an exercise where they would answer questions about their grandparent expectations and we would discuss them together. We agreed they could attend our son's first birthday if we completed the exercise. They agreed. After multiple reschedules due to my wife's postpartum struggles, we finally set a time last minute. But my mom refused to get dressed to be on video, saying I called every shot so far and that she just listened off camera. So this is where the comment came from, where I stated that they expected every bit of leeway, but the moment the grandma was requesting a bit of leeway, they shut that down. So that's where that comment came from. Is that they were expecting leeway to be given one way. My wife felt slighted and revoked their birthday invitation. My wife later gave a veiled threat and then a different excuse, but my mom later gave a veiled threat, but the damage was done and we withdrew further. After further reflection and therapy, we told them we needed to seek therapy before resuming visits. Their response mentioned the screaming again and uncertainty if this will work out, but then still asked for photos every once in a while. Since then, I've kept casual conversation open, but deflect photo and visit requests until they start therapy. Okay. Mother was being super controlling. Glossing over the didn't want to present on screen. Like, what's going to stop her from checking out mid-conversation and leaving? OP wouldn't have known. Unnecessary stress from the grandparents is really something much more sinister. The grandparents should have helped. Okay, so I think I also did apparently pin a comment, so we're gonna pull that up real quick, and we're gonna poke at that. Soft question to the audience, but the custard story, a lot of people seem to miss me stating that the grandma is without a doubt the asshole in the story, and my focus is more on whether or not the parents the way the parents escalated is justified. However, it seems a lot more comments are believing that I'm siding with the grandma. I did ask for input on this one, and I really did appreciate the majority of it, but there were some comments who seemed to be taking my words in the worst possible interpretation. That being said, that I'm siding with the grandmother. I do 100% find her actions to be out of line, and as user A Strange Soup pointed out, I did miss the fact that they were only willing to go to therapy after access to the first birthday was threatened to be revoked. And then I more have asked questions here because this is when I was really just unsure as to like why I felt like I was having videos back to back where I couldn't win, where it felt like I was always being taken in the worst light possible. And it was starting to really like get under my skin, where I feel like I would say one sentence or one word and the entire focus for some comments would be on that one sentence or one word. And then my entire other points would be entirely nullified, and I would then be taken in the worst light possible. So that was starting to really get to me. So that's why I said that, like, why I asked, like, what am I doing wrong here? I see a. Okay, so I thought about the story. Imagine this way: the parents find out the kid was allergic to custard and other ingredients. So, wayward writer, let's see. So my approach with the counseling was I think that was because the parents were opening the door for counseling, if I remember correctly. But Cake is awake. Welcome to hell. Wayward, I'm sorry to kind of put you in the hot seat here, Wayward Writer. But do you think that you could just for like, iPad baby brain's sake, kind of break down what areas you disagree with, even if it's just like quick bullet points? Um, I'm because my take and tangent is all over the goddamn place, and I feel like that there's more than likely stuff that is specifically that I specifically stated, which is the reason for um, the comments in question. I do agree with this, and this was something that I did not think of previously, that the grandma could just check out mid-conversation with her not having the video call on. Because my initial point of that was, let's see. So they rescheduled multiple times. They set a time last minute. Grandma wasn't prepared for it and decided not to have the video on because she wasn't ready for the video call. So because of that, I was in the position of what I stated in the video, where parents expected infinite leeway, but when grandma wanted leeway, she didn't get any. So that's where that one came from there. But I didn't even think of the fact of, because of grandma's history, that yeah, she totally could have just checked out mid video call and no one would have known. I had a very surface level approach on that one and definitely did not see some of the deeper nuance that other people definitely noticed that I didn't. Kind of like what I pointed out here in the comment from Asparagus Soup, where like the grandma wasn't even willing to go to therapy until after she was threatened with like, you won't see him on his birthday if you're not going to go to therapy, and we can work this out. Okay, well, I do acknowledge that some parents can be super controlling when it comes to their children. Oh no, it's I agree with them being controlling over their kids' diet and that kind of stuff, without a doubt. Like I 100% agree with that. I think they should have full control over that's ASMR stuff. Oh, look at that. Cringe ASMR too. Arc Knight's roleplay ASMR. And then apparently a furry ASMR that's new. No. How long is the stream going to be going on for? Until we address all audience opinions. That's how long it's going to be going on for. trying to find. We shouldn't scroll up. Okay. So,
something that was outside of the child's diet established by their parents, even admitting that not only do rules don't apply to grandma, but she knew that they would say no, so she decided to attempt to do it anyways. That certainly puts grandma here into immediate asshole territory no matter what. Now, a lot of the conversation does seem to certainly revolve around whether or not the parents' reaction were comparable to the grandma's initial action. It doesn't sound like grandma here in this story is necessarily a bad or evil person, just potentially fucking annoying. And it sounds like her annoying tendencies may have rubbed off on OP a little bit, and that can help explain why they had the reaction they did. There was actually a commenter, and for the life of me I can't find it right now, which sucks, but they...
I think a lot of this is that my tangent was all over the place, and like it was very easy. Yeah, no, I can definitely see where a lot of the confusion came from, because my tangent was not concise. I have tried to be a lot better about being concise with my tangents because of like these exact reasons here, where I would kind of just talk about it, and it would lead to me only cementing my actual opinions as I spoke on it. And if I had any influence from the Reddit comments, that would also sneak in, and it was just, yeah. But where I stand, and I don't know if I fully communicated this, is that like grandma was out of line, without a doubt. The custard thing, unacceptable. So in general, I just feel like there is so much that's not being said about the grandparents because there's not enough time in the day and not enough Okay, I agree with that, and I also think the parents were justified. The only thing that I was doing, which I think was misinterpreted by some of the comments, was that I was trying to give grandma the benefit of the doubt in areas where I don't think I should have been. And I think that was a big mistake that I made. Was there were areas where I was trying to kind of be more nuanced and explore areas where honestly I probably shouldn't have been. And I think that was something that I definitely goofed on. But yeah, no, I do agree with you that there is so much that could definitely be spoken on about the grandma's behavior, and there is just not enough time or character length or all of that. But I can definitely agree that I should have been more concise with some of my language on that one. Okay, are we ready to move on, or should we? Is there more that we should approach and litigate with this one? And again, I do appreciate and love everyone that's been like commenting on this, because it means a lot that you guys are willing to participate in these kind of conversations and like not just be like, wow, I said something I disagree with, unsub, because that sucks. Like like I'm pretty open to like talking with you guys on like issues like this, and I don't have a problem with it. There's only one commenter, I think, that like it is on site with them, if I'm gonna be 100% honest, but that's a whole other story. But I do appreciate you guys taking the time to comment this and actually work with me on bringing this stuff back up so we can relitigate it, because this is cool, and I'm happy that like we're able to do this. This was a fucking year ago? Good God. Okay, this already puts so much into like question here. All right. I just swallowed my own spit. Apparently an hour ago, Flinders was in the chat. God damn it. Flinders was an old YouTube buddy of mine from like the early 2020s. They were part of the whole Sad Milk crew, and apparently I missed it. Okay, so this is okay. Whose sister was getting married on his 21st birthday and refused to attend the wedding because of that. You sided with him, but my take is he can party any weekend he wants. Plenty of people don't have the opportunity to celebrate the exact day of their birthday. If you love your sister, go to the damn wedding and go drink with your buddies the next weekend. Getting legally drunk for the first time isn't that big of a deal. Okay, so I think I'm going to take my headphones off because the noise canceling is actually starting to hurt my ears. So, have I been talking this loud the entire time? I think I don't like hearing the echo. So I think this one actually stems from and I might be wrong on this one, and I don't know if they're in the stream or not to essentially like, but I'm gonna steelman their argument, and I think that's the right terminology. I think they may have been under the impression that I was saying that the wedding that he should let's find the actual video, the post, because like okay, not going to sister's wedding, and I'm missing the links on this one. Oh, this was before I was doing that. Okay, my bad. Idiot witch with $5. If one were to craft a D&D character off of you, would you get down as an artificer? I actually, my most recent D&D character I played was an Owlin artificer. So yeah, no, that's 100% on category. Granted, it was like an Owlin hybrid, so it was half owl, like think Neko cat girl, but like owl girl instead. And that's pretty much like what the D&D character was, but also an artificer. So let's take a look at the wedding one. Hi everyone, I need some unbiased opinions on this situation. I'm a 28-year-old female married. Well, that is not the right one. Here it is.
Posted by...
All right. My 20 male sister, 20 female, is getting married on my birthday. When I found out the date she was planning on getting married, June 1st, I was very surprised. She told me about her plans last year and she told me that it was because her fiance wanted to make sure his family would be able to fly. So he suggested that date since all the kids would be out of school by then. Understandable, I guess. Not really. I told her that I probably wouldn't be attending because I was going to be celebrating my birthday that day. She was upset and tried to get me to change my mind, but didn't. Every time our wedding is brought up, she asked me if I'm planning on coming, and I told her I'm not. She sent out an RSVP 1 week ago, and I RSVP'd no. This upset her again, and she practically begged me to attend because she wants her brother there. I told her that I appreciated it, and that I'd love her, but I would still not be attending. She kind of became argumentative with me about it, and I told her that I don't see why she'd expect me to celebrate my birthday during a wedding. I reminded her that when I first told her that I wasn't going to be attending, she had months to try it. She had months to try and change the date. She told me that I could always celebrate my birthday that Friday, but I told her that I couldn't because I work that Friday, and I'm not celebrating my birthday on a Sunday. Both her and our parents have been asking me to reconsider since it's in 2 weeks. My parents have told me to be there for my sister. They said my birthday comes every year, but a wedding only comes once. But I won't be 21 again, and I personally don't want to spend my birthday during a wedding. But now my birthday is going to be on their anniversary going forward, so I'm not sure how that's going to work in the future. I honestly feel like they should have just chosen a different fucking date. I know I would have done that for her, but whatever. Okay, now let's hear my take on that.
He did let his sister know way in advance that he wouldn't be attending if it was June 1st on his 21st birthday. Their reasoning
say June
would be in
1st?
advance that he wouldn't be attending if it was June 1st on his 20. He did let his sister know way in advance that he wouldn't be attending if it was June 1st on his.
Oh, fuck. Well, oops.
His 21st birthday. Their reasoning for scheduling it for June 1st is that the family would be there and the kids would be out of school. So my question is, why not just schedule it for June 8th? By the sounds of it, they had months to change it by 1 week before they even sent out the RSVPs. I would be very curious for audience input on this because with my personal opinion, he told her, hey, if it's on my birthday, my 21st birthday, which only comes once in a lifetime, I'm not going to be there. And she persisted with putting it on his 21st birthday, then got mad at him because he wasn't going to be there. That's my opinion. He gave them plenty of time in advance. If she actually wanted him at her wedding, just why didn't she move it by a week? This one's brought to us by Weekly Medium 9.
Okay.
Water heater money.
Thank you, Ruby Sky, for £5. I always get those two mixed up because they both look like E's. I appreciate it. And thank you. The water heater definitely is going to be expensive. So, I think, so, if the reasoning was just like, I don't want to go to your birthday because I want to party, I could understand that. But because the situations of they were let like they were no, I got to recalibrate my words here. Because of the situation where they were told well in advance that OP would not be attending if it was on their birthday, they had plenty of opportunities to reschedule, but they chose not to. OP does not want to spend his 21st birthday celebrating it at a wedding. He made that very clear, well in advance. Also, on top of that, he made it clear that the idea of them celebrating their anniversary on his birthday is kind of odd. And he would all... I just tried to, stop the recording and roll it back a little bit. Because that's what I commonly do when I make flubs when recording. But I still... If it was just for the sake of celebrating, I think I could understand why, Brandon has the view they have. But I think it's with everything else on top of that, including the fact that OP made it well known well in advance that, hey, if you schedule it for this date, I'm not going to be there. And they still put it on that date and are shocked when OP's not going to be there. You kind of created a self-fulfilling prophecy at that point. I wish that Brandon was here so they could actively discuss this with us and help kind of flesh out their opinions. Hopefully they'll be able to watch this and post a comment at the end, and we'll be able to potentially relitigate this on a different time. But I'm watching the chat right now. I'm seeing what's going to pop up. If this was something where I think what would be the tipping point and what would make me change my opinion on this one is if the wedding was scheduled for June 1st and OP had only then told them about the plans. I think there could be more wiggle room, but because they asked OP, hey, we're going to host our wedding on your birthday. Will you be able to make it? No, I won't. Okay. No, I won't. Then they go, okay, we're going to schedule my wedding for your birthday. Will you be able to make it? No, I won't. Like I said. What do you mean you're not going to be able to? OP can't just have like OP's sister shouldn't have like a shocked Pikachu face when they're told directly, if you schedule your wedding for my 21st birthday, I will not be there. Then 2 months later, they schedule their wedding for OP's 21st birthday. Like, I think that's where I'm going to be, like, ending my opinion, which I can understand the idea of like um um I'm trying to think of like the way to put that. um I'm information overload. Fuck. I think with Brandon's comment, if like it just depends on how like the whole situation was. Like if it was litigated a different. How does that watcher want you to relitigate this one? Their main point is that like getting legally drunk on your 21st birthday isn't really a big deal, but your sister's wedding is. I would agree with that, but the one issue that I have is that there was a conversation beforehand where OP clearly outlined the fact where if you schedule your wedding on my birthday, I will not be there. And I think that's the tipping point for me. But I do understand the direction that Brandon is coming from. All right, are we good to move to the next one? Is that are we good to go? How we feeling? Oh, Dragon Lord. I have hella dyslexia. Like the nice thing about being a content creator is Control Z and Control V and like the delete key exist and you can always re-record stuff. Okay. Today's video, last story, little sister. I was in OP. I would feel 100% because they told, yep, they're rebuilding. They go to A by themselves, but I'm gonna. We did speak about this earlier with um I don't see their comment anymore. Oh wait, what is going on? Wait, what is going on with YouTube here? Well, I hope. Oh, there it is. We did discuss this comment with Lilith Rose, and we did speak on that. So thankfully, we have a bit of additional kind of input there. Um, okay, so we do have a few new ones. We will be closing this off after this segment here. So let's take a look at r/my the asshole for outing my sister's fake cancer diagnosis. Which Ozzy Scribbler, you are in fact here. Let's take a look at this one. All right. And God, I hate that so much. I just want the video, not the disclaimer. Okay, outing my sister's fake cancer diagnosis for rude request.
Conscious Can 687. Am I the asshole? Dogs left out.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. I I don't need to listen to this one. I knew this one was coming. I I did I did get very hung up on some wording on this one, and I let my own personal interpretation of a specific way that OP phrased it get the best of me. And another problem that I had is that when I tried to explain why, like in the comments, why I came to the specific conclusion that I did, people were arguing with me about why I came to that conclusion and trying to argue with um look, it's look, this one was the one where um they go to a pool party. Owner has a dog. OP asks if they can put the dog away at someone else's house. Owner of the house refuses. OP leaves. OP used some language in there that made me think that OP was being far more aggressive with his requests than potentially actually was happening. I spent a long time going over comments and talking about things, and my opinion was definitely not where it should have been. And I did not fully uh I just spent so the word that I got hung up on was this right here. Was reiterate. And this was what got me hung up on it. Was them saying I reiterated my son was not okay with dogs and didn't want to be around them. When I hear I reiterate, I'm left with a very specific interpretation from my past, and I'm I've dealt with people where when they say something and I'm like, no, I don't think that's a good idea, or no, I can't do that. I've heard them go, let me reiterate, and they'll say the exact same thing that I just said no to. So because of my experience of dealing with family members and significant others who use this kind of language, when I heard I reiterate, I immediately went worst case scenario and saw this as they're being extremely rude and they're being like unreasonable. And that was my bad. But a big issue that I had, which I got way too caught up in the comments, is when I tried explaining this, people were telling me that no, your reasoning for how you understood this story is incorrect. When I was just trying, like I was being told that like my reaction, my initial reaction and my understand, like I'll actually just show it.
Laws are
Which yeah, um, it led to this massive argument in the comments section where I was more focused on trying to like answer, like it was messy. I really tried to like um which I started I was liking my own stuff here because I was it was messy. That's the main point of it is um this is what got to me is I tried to explain like, hey, personally the usage of word I reiterated gave me an ick on that, which is why I have the interpretation that OP pushed here. And then explaining this and then being told, I'm sorry, Oz, but I doubt this is a personal interpretation of the story. And then trying to explain further and then being told again and then just it was messy. Being told directly that like your personal interpretation of the story is invalid and I doubt that this is a personal interpretation of the story when I literally like broke down exactly why. This was just a messy one. And yeah. But yeah, no, Ozzy Scribbler, I definitely understand, and I've definitely had like I definitely had this litigation in the comments where I realized how um I fucked up on this one and I didn't quite fully I let that wording get the best of me, and it led me to kind of just yeah. It was messy. It was messy. That's all I could say. But I got way too hung up on some of the wording, and then when trying to explain why I got hung up on the wording, I got then told like, nope, sorry, your personal interpretation of this story is invalid. And I doubt that you're doing yeah, being told after explaining, like trying to be apologetic and being like, here, where is it? Like, being to, yeah, just, which even when providing timestamps, that wasn't good enough. And it was still just, yeah. Which I see that you recently did stumble upon this one, but yeah. Messy. Messy, 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 and it was just all over the place. And I got hung up on my interpretation of it, and I fully admit that. And I have litigated that to death in the comments. Just, but yeah, thank you for bringing that one up so I can more publicly address that one, Aussie Scribbler. But I think that we are ready to move forward with, oh shit. Okay. Oh wait, nope, it's a different one. Okay, let's see what this one's about. Oh, look at that. It's ASMR. Cringe. All right.
Welcome back, everyone.
So, final take around 30-ish.
I can only hope that OP kept their elbows up and powered through. Now, for you, the audience, if you find yourself in this position, don't hesitate to look up local resources to help. Good God. I can only hope that OP was able to build a life without his family. I can only hope that OP was able to move on and find a career and to go through college and to live a life.
Okay, let's see what the actual thing is. Making the right decision with how unhinged OP's parents are and unpredictable to do. Yes, life is incredibly more difficult without proper family support, but unless the only other option is death or torture, staying in an abusive environment will never be the right option, depending on where OP lives. Did I say to be complacent?
That's somewhat normal compared to the one that was stripped away from him by a mother who valued the drug test of a brother who was more willing to break the law and risk the future of his younger brother than just simply being clean for a few months to get it out of his system so he could get the job that was required. This was a mother who prioritized one future over another, who played favorites. Favorites in such a way where no matter how hard OP swung, it was never enough. I can only hope that OP kept their elbows up and powered through. Now for you, the audience, if you find yourself in this position, don't hesitate to look up local resources to help you. I've probably been sitting in my closet that was converted to a recording booth for maybe the last 30 minutes trying to figure out what to even say about this, because there's a part of me that just vehemently despises Reddit sometimes. This is a complex situation, so please listen to everything I have to say before you comment about my words. And please also understand this is not just about this post. This is about Reddit as a whole. In the past, I've made comments about how much Reddit stating, "Go no contact," infuriates the hell out of me, because it's always an idealist solution for a complex situation. Yeah, of course, on paper, this is the obvious solution to make. But the problem is, much like a spectator watching a sport, yeah, you're going to have so many opinions and comments of what should be done, of what needs to happen. But when you're in the moment, when the decision's in front of you and you have to be the one to make the choice to weigh all of the options, it's never just as simple as what's being streamed from the sidelines. When the rubber hits the road, you don't know what you'll do. You can think about what you might do. You can have this grandiose plan of what your thought would be or how, of course, you'd make the right decision. The conversations we have with ourselves in the shower. But it's never that simple. It's fine to be idealistic, but on Reddit, there's almost this toxic idealism where you have to make 100% the correct decision no matter what, even if it's against your own interests, because it's the morally right thing to do. And if you can't abide by their rules, you're as bad as the people you're trying to escape. This is something I've been very vocal about on this channel for the past year of doing this. And actually, while I was finishing up this little bit of the tangent here, I actually stumbled upon 2 comments that are related to the post in question, but they do kind of cover the general feelings that I'm having right now. Sombra Online comments, "Stuff like this is why I think people should be careful when taking advice from Reddit. Obviously, people would push you to do the right thing, but it's easier to do that when you don't actually have to live with the aftermath. Like, we all would love a fairy tale ending where OP would look back at the moment with pride and integrity, but real life isn't always like that, especially for an essentially homeless teen. It honestly irks me to see a teen talking about being in a very low point in his life, and someone commenting, 'In the future, you'd be so fucking proud,' and saying they don't care about you when us on Reddit don't actually care too. Everything's essentially thoughts and prayers. I know it isn't the right thing to do, but OP should have just peed in the cup. He was coerced. It's just weed, and it really shouldn't be his problem that a company somewhere hired a pothead. User Win Now Wing Wins comments in response, I agree that Reddit advice can be idealistic and doesn't always take real-world consequences into account. But I also don't think peeing into a cup was the right answer. If he had been caught, his future could potentially be tanked. It was a no-win situation. I do wonder if taking to a guidance counselor or another adult would have helped. I was going to say their family members, but if he had nowhere to go, I'm guessing that wasn't in the cards. I'm in full agreement with Wing Win's comments, and I'm probably in about 75% agreement with Sombra's comment. But I'm in more agreement with them than I am in general about how Reddit will handle sticky and just complicated situations like this in general. OP in the story got fucked. There's no sugarcoating that. He was put in a no-win scenario, and yeah, he did make the morally correct choice, 100% so. He made a very, very, very difficult decision. But my grievances are entirely with how Reddit handles this kind of shit. And again, it's not just with this post. This is more of a general statement to Reddit as a whole. Don't forget, this is brought to you by...
I think Cam, you may have misinterpreted me reading one of the comments as me stating that OP should have stayed. I was more of, I don't think I
stumbled upon two comments that are related to the post in question, but they do kind of...
I don't think I directly stated that OP should have stayed in the household. I think I was more of just giving these as additional perspective because of how idealistic Reddit can be. Because these are comments from other users
right now. Sombra Online comments, stuff like this is why I think people should be careful when taking advice from Reddit. Obviously, people would push you to do the right thing, but it's easier to do that when you don't actually have to live with the aftermath. Like...
I disagree with believing that OP should have stayed. I mean, the part that where OP should have stayed, I'm pretty sure that was part of these comments here that I was reading at the time, and I was more of just speaking on how, like, in a position like this that's no win, it's so difficult to do the difficult, like, it's so difficult to make the right choice that's morally correct, and sometimes, like, there are just easier options that'll just give you the least amount of headaches. Because I do agree that staying in an abusive environment will never be the right or safer option, but the thing is, like, and I'm more of going to just state this from someone who's been in, like, environments like this, sometimes it's the easiest. And that's the unfortunate part, is that for a lot of people, it's the easiest route for them to take. It's the one with the least amount of stress. So their brain, wanting to avoid as much conflict as possible, will take that easier option. It's not the right one by any means. The difficult one is the right choice to make. But blaming someone for taking the easier option in an abusive scenario, I feel that's incredibly destructive. And that's a problem that I have with Reddit, is the people that choose those easier options because they're afraid of the consequences that might follow them, or they're not mentally prepared for those consequences. That's the problem that I have with Reddit, is they're so quick to villainize people for taking the easier options in abusive environments. And no worries at all. I'm glad that we could revisit this and we could at least address this. So that way, like, you know, we have this conversation and we're able to just, you know, even just talk about this in an open environment. There is no need at all to apologize. Okay, we have, it looks like 2 left. Okay, but I would like to discuss on story 1 for TikTok influencer. Okay, so this isn't a disagreement, this is just a discussion, which I'm also open for. While I agree that OP is an asshole, you never leave someone to hike alone. Okay, this is the one where they were going on a trail on a hike and they brought their friend who was an inexperienced hiker. They disregarded a lot of the advice and ended up getting stranded in the Grand Canyon. Maybe not the... so... but I feel a lot of people are not considering Valerie's actions. Given the actions, not carb loading even though she was told to, not taking stacks or all her water, and not willing to turn back at any point. This feels like someone who is hard to argue with. like someone who is full of confidence, even though it is unearned. This might be my biases against CrossFit girlies, but that is exactly how they stereotypically act. If someone that confident was arguing with me, I would not be able to keep to my argument, and probably start thinking I was in the wrong, and it would be a good idea to leave her behind. Still, shouldn't have left her, but I fully understand why OP did it. It feels like to me the only way that OP could have fully avoided the situation was to treat her fully adult friend like a toddler. Did you pack all your snackies? Are you sure you want to eat that salad? Do you really want us to go ahead without you? It's a bit of you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink situation. You still had a good take. I would have just liked a bit more discussion about Valerie's behavior. Okay. Yeah, let's take a look at that.
Am I the asshole for parting with my friend midway through a Grand Canyon hike?
Let's take a
My
look
friend
at this in
Crystal and I
full.
spent 6 months planning and training for a very intense all-day hike of the Grand Canyon. We would go down the South Kaiba and up Bright Angel on Crystal's birthday in June, which would have been over 100 degrees. The 2 weeks before the hike, our friend Valerie said she wanted to join us. Valerie looks.
Oh yeah, I totally just jumped ahead without putting a cap in the previous conversation. Yeah, Reddit has a really bad habit of being extremely toxic towards people who are victims in abusive scenarios with the whole, you're an asshole to yourself. And it's like, that's great, like awesome. I'm glad you think that, but you're not being helpful at all. And that is something that I see way too goddamn often, and it is so fucking frustrating. Anyways, back to the Grand Canyon.
Way fitter than us. She does CrossFit and has a six-pack, and we assumed she would be fine. On the trip leading up to the hike, Valerie was eating salad while Crystal and I were carb loading with pasta and pizza. Crystal and I each brought 4 liters of water, trail mix, and granola bars, and believe Valerie had packed her bag with the same, as it was all in the hotel room for all of us to share when we packed up the night before. About half of the way down, Crystal and I realized that at the pace Valerie was going, and thus the rest of us, we would not finish the hike before sundown. We told Valerie about our concerns, and she said we should just hike ahead without her, and that she would either catch up or, if it was too much, turn back. We asked if she was really sure about it, and she said she was. So, off we went. When we got to the bottom of the canyon, we waited for about an hour at the Colorado River, but did not see her. At that point, we really had to get going, so we would finish the trail before nightfall. We tried to call her from a payphone, but got her voicemail. None of us had reception. We explained the situation to a ranger, and they said they look out for her. When we were close to the top, and it was actually already dark, we got reception and got messages from her that she had collapsed, and had to stay at the lodge at the bottom of the canyon. The lodge is booked months out, but I guess they hold some emergency beds. She would hike out the next day with another group, and said not to worry about her. Both Crystal and I were totally destroyed physically, but we got in the car, went and demolished a pizza, then went to sleep at the hotel. Oddly, we found half of Valerie's water and all of Valerie's food at the hotel. I don't want to make too many assumptions about her, but I think it's clear enough to say that it seemed clear she didn't know how to eat during or before a hike, despite our guidance. The next day, Valerie said she would be up by 3 p.m. I was planning to pick her up. However, the one update we got from her was that she would be hours late. 6 p.m. rolled around and she still wasn't up. I left her a voicemail letting her know that we needed to continue on to our next hotel, 1 hour away. We were both feeling really beat up, and I didn't think I would have the energy to do the drive much later. I told her in the voicemail that I'd pay for her to Uber to the hotel. Just tell me how much it was. At around 10 p.m., Valerie called me, furious. It took her over 13 hours to hike up, and she almost didn't make it. She was suffering from sunstroke. She said she could have died because we abandoned her, and we were really selfish not to stay with her. Am I the asshole? This is a situation where everyone kind of sucks, but OP sucks a lot. If you knew what goes into a hike beforehand, you definitely should have realized from the get-go that your friend Valerie was not ready. I'm from Idaho. I used to do a lot of hikes. One of my favorite hikes was Table Rock. It's a very traditional hike, and I used to do that once a week, pretty much before college. And the first time I did that short hike as part of my morning routine, it ruined my body. I learned the hard way that water and snacks are almost required. I thought that I'd be fine, and that I didn't want to risk getting a stomach stiff, so may as well just forego the food and just eat afterwards. Ho, was I mistaken? Like, don't get me wrong, Valerie screwed up big time by not doing research, but it was very obvious to OP and their friend that Valerie was woefully unprepared. And as the hike went on, the moment that they realized, oh, we're not going to finish the trail, they should have turned around and just taken that loss. Yeah, that sucks a lot. But at the same time, you got to admit, it's really that you just up and abandon them because they slept for 13 hours straight after putting their body through literally hell. I understand you had hotels scheduled and you had a whole thing planned out, but you should have called ahead, let them know what was going on to make sure that everything would be in check so you could be there for your friend. And you were not. You saw that Valerie was woefully unprepared, you decided to proceed with the hike anyways, during the summer. And from there, left Valerie alone with limited water in the middle of the Grand Canyon. Did Valerie f*** up by not asking questions? Hey, why am I eating a salad while you guys are eating pizza and carbs? Maybe I should ask about that. Yeah, Valerie should have asked more questions and realized, well, I'm not prepared for this. But you really f***ed up.
Yeah, okay, I still agree with a good majority of what I was saying there because I'm talking to them as someone who like used to go on a lot of hikes, and they're also very experienced hikers. They should have seen what Valerie was doing and understood that, like, yeah, Valerie's gonna be screwed. But this comment here, I do agree. We should definitely discuss Valerie's behavior. And I was definitely coddling Valerie in that story. Valerie was definitely being a stubborn, selfish CrossFit girly who decided not to take any advice, thought she could handle everything, And yeah, Valerie definitely like was responsible for a lot of her own actions. I do wish that OP in that story had like, you know, been more active with talking with Valerie about it. But Valerie, yeah, no, I should have spoken more about how Valerie definitely dropped the ball with, you know, being overly confident without a doubt. 100% so. Because I when I was recording that, I was taking that from the standpoint of someone who used to do like hour to 3 hour long hikes pretty commonly, just as part of like my like teenage years, and I was looking at that as like a, you guys know what you're doing with hikes. You guys should have seen the warning signs and you guys should have stepped in because Valerie was clearly unexperienced and she did not have the necessary tools to do the hike. And you guys knew that and saw that, but then abandoned her and left her on her own. And that was my problem. Is that they decided to leave her behind and abandon her despite being like, you know, essentially well-experienced hikers, but yeah. Aussie Scribbler, Valley put OP and the friends in a lose-lose situation, no doubt, but them being the experienced hikers, we should have prepared. Yeah, that's, yeah. So, John Weiss, a lot of it just comes down to, like, okay, I'm gonna make a really extreme example here. Let's say you're at a firing range. Actually, I don't know if that's a good example. And you are trying to have someone follow by gun safety guidelines, and they're actively ignoring them. If they continue to ignore the gun safety guidelines, are you just going to allow them to continue ignoring those, or are you going to step in and stop them? Or if they're using a miter saw without wearing glasses and they're cutting something, are you going to step in and stop them from cutting something without glasses, or are you going to let them potentially lose an eye? I think that's why I'm taking that approach, is because they have the experience as the hikers and they should have stepped in when they saw the problems. But I do agree that I should have spent more time talking about how foolish Valerie was being and how just ridiculous her approach was being. My Streamlabs chat froze, so I can't see any new chats that are up. There we go. Okay. But yeah, that's the reason why I took that opinion. I do think in this post, I was being a lot more harsh than I should have been. I think that I was being more sarcastic, and because this was, at this point, almost a year ago, I was still trying to find my voice, and I let a lot of my kind of more sarcastic approach come out during this one. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom real quick, so I will be right back. You guys please behave. Actually, wait, I know what we can do. Because just casual on the archive, 21.6-ish, let's pull that up and let's have the audio going while I take care of that, so that way, because I'll still be able to hear it with the wireless headphones.
The asshole. Some uncomfy vibes. Throwaway account. My 12-year-old meltdown this weekend. He's in shady techniques. Really gives me some uncomfy vibes there, bro. The kid had a meltdown this weekend, and I'm done. I'm not going to be disrespected any longer. Throwaway account. My 12-year-old daughter had a meltdown this weekend over an iPhone. My ex-wife and I agreed that we would get her a Gab phone. It's a phone for kids and teens, no internet, no social media on it. This summer, provided she did well in school and showed that she was responsible enough, I went to pick her up this past Friday. And when I got there, I saw that my ex-in-laws had bought her an iPhone. My ex goes, "Mom and Dad wanted to surprise her since she did so well." My ex-in-laws have always tried to undermine our parenting, especially my ex-mother-in-law. My ex-wife always tried to downplay it, and it was one of the reasons we divorced 6 years ago. I say, she's giving it back. You and I agreed that it would be a Gab cell phone when she got a cell phone. I look at my ex-mother-in-law and tell her, the phone is going back, and before you say anything, it's not about the money. Her mother and I had already planned what type of phone she could have. You're going to take the phone back because you had no business buying it for her. She goes over to her and says, "Sorry, honey, but your dad said you can't have it." The tears start first, and then the meltdown. And no, she's not on the spectrum. She yells at me, "I hate you. You ruin everything. I hate going over to your house. I hate you. I wish Tom," her stepdad since she was 6, "was my dad. I hate you. I wish you would disappear." Something just broke in me. I thought about all the money I spent in the custody battle, all the time I spent going to recitals, going to parent-teacher meetings because she was being a mean girl, all the crap I had to put from my ex-in-laws, always trying to undermine me, my ex-wife agreeing to something with me and then caving to her folks, making me look like the bad guy, just all the downright disrespect and being made to feel terrible just because I try to set rules and boundaries, the feeling of always drowning and being overwhelmed by parenting. I was just so sick of parenting this little mean girl. Her grandma comforts her, and her mom tells her, "Apologize to your dad." I tell her, no, don't make her apologize because I want to know if she truly feels that way. I look her in the eyes and I ask her, "Do you really feel that way? Just tell me the truth." She looks me in the eyes and says, "Yes, I hate you, and yes, I wish Tom was my dad." And she meant it. I tell them, fine, she can keep the phone because I'm just done. She doesn't want to come over anymore, fine. If Tom wants to adopt her, tell him to drop the papers, and I'll sign them. You're gonna get your wish, kiddo. I'm going to disappear. I'll pack up your room and your things at my place, and I'll drop everything off this weekend. I did just that when I got home, packed up all her stuff and dropped it off at her mom's front early Saturday morning. I got dozens of texts and calls from my ex wanting to talk the past few days, but I did not respond. I was offered an assistant director job with the international division of my company a few weeks ago. Even though it is a huge promotion and a huge pay increase, I turned it down because of the extensive travel requirements and a possible relocation overseas. First thing this morning, I went to my boss and told him if the position was still open, I wanted it. By lunch, I was in a Zoom meeting with the VP of International and the department
Kid's
head of
12 years
International.
old.
Before I left this evening, I was in HR filling out paperwork. I officially start the new job in 3 weeks. I know I'm going to have to talk to my ex and the kid eventually, but I meant what I said. I'm done. If her stepdad wants to adopt her, he can. If not, that's fine as well. I'll simply be a monthly check. I may update this, but I'm just done being disrespected. That kid is going to need a lot of therapy moving on. Holy shit. Okay. I was with the dad up until it became clear that he was looking for an out. He had an overseas offer, and the moment that he saw a position to take it, he took it. Not to mention, she's a teenager. She's hormonal. You gotta think about that, man. You saw an opportunity, and you took it, and she's probably gonna hate you for the rest of your life. Or she's gonna have abandonment issues and a lot of other issues for the rest of her life that you'll be the direct cause for. Thing is, having an iPhone is a status symbol. She probably saw this as her in with the cool kids, being able to make TikToks and interact with her friends on social media, all the fun stuff. She saw this as her ticket in to actually, being someone in her school. And you took it away from her. A Gab phone would have been embarrassing. And I'm not saying you made the bad choice by originally wanting the Gab phone. I'm not saying that, your parenting style was wrong by wanting them to essentially be off of that stuff and not wanting them to have access to the internet. You were in the right for that. But you gotta remember, she was given a golden ticket. Had all of the emotions go through her of how exciting it was and all the thoughts and possibilities, and that got stripped away from her. Yeah, that is definitely the mother-in-law. And yeah, she was definitely having an emotional breakdown and a meltdown. And instead of being a father, you left. I really want to hear some common perspective on this one, because I think the dad was right to feel wrong.
Okay, so back to just Casual's comment. They wanted us to take a look at this one because of the absurdity of it. Another one I want... they didn't actually... They wanted us to look at the absurdity about it one more time and to talk about just how goofy like that whole situation is. That daughter gets an iPhone, he takes iPhone away, 12-year-old has a 12-year-old reaction and has a full breakdown. Dude just decides, yeah, fuck it, I'm gone, I'm out of her life for good. I understand his frustrations with her reaction, but I do think he was looking for an out personally. That's kind of the impression that I get. So John Wise, what I will say is that while he was being a parent to a spoiled brat who was a cruel mean girl, he did make the choice to just outright abandon her. He gave up on his daughter. And I think that's where a lot of the issue stems from, is he gave up, he saw an opportunity to leave, he took it without skipping a beat, and she's 12. As we talked about earlier, around that age, 12, there is no emotional maturity whatsoever there. You're still growing, you're still developing. 16, we can definitely get into a debate and an argument about whether or not, you're more emotionally mature by that age. But I think Oz at his heart gave up on her quite a long time before this incident. I mean, even even if so, he still actively chose to give up on like his daughter. I think I think 300D Benz is definitely like in the right boat here. That this is definitely an everyone sucks here scenario. But the dad is still a devil, and he jumped right to the most extreme option possible. Like I think that's kind of a big part of that. Um, Am I the devil for making videos to shame my wife? That's the next one. Just casual wants us to take a peeky peek at.
Booze. Well, we cooked two.
Okay. Kid eating the wedding cake. Um.
Originally posted to r/am I the asshole. Am I the asshole for not apologizing to my
Okay.
friend?
I said it was an everyone sucks here, but I think OP was lying about how the confrontation actually went down to paint herself and her son in a good light and the friend in a bad light because she said her son had frosting on his face and mouth with a chunk missing from the cake. I'm guessing she's downplaying how much damage was actually done and upplaying her friend's reaction. Let's take a listen.
And after she screamed at me and my kid at her wedding? Obligatory, this is a throwaway. 2 weeks ago, I, 29 female, hubby, male 31, and son, male 4, attended my BFF's, female 28, wedding. It was a beautiful ceremony, and everything was going great, until BFF and her husband cut the cake. Important context, BFF did speak to me during her wedding planning about being unsure on whether or not to allow kids at her wedding. Her two sisters both have kids around son's age, and she sees him as her nephew too, but she wanted to be able to let loose and enjoy her wedding without worrying about any kids messing things up. I gave her my opinion, saying me and hubby allowed kids at our wedding and wouldn't have it any other way. The kids were still family and deserved to be included. After that, and speaking with her sisters, she and her husband okayed kids for the wedding. Now the ceremony went swimmingly. BFF's nieces sat with me, hubby, and son, as her sisters were in the bridal party. I brought quiet activities to keep them entertained, and everybody behaved. I even cried from how lovely it was. When we got to the reception, nieces were returned to their parents, so it was now just me, hubby, and son. Dinner went fine. And then the couple took to the dance floor for their first dance. Afterwards, everybody was welcome to the floor to dance for a bit before cake cutting. At this point, the kids were running around and playing with each other, and it was a fairly secure place, and I knew almost everybody there. So I felt comfortable with my son playing with the other kids while hubby and I had fun dancing. Important to mention now, hubby offered to designate a drive so I could enjoy myself. So I had a couple of glasses of wine at this point. BFF had also been drinking and celebrating. BFF and her husband go to do the cake cutting, and hubby and I are a little slow getting there, so there was a crowd blocking our view. Suddenly, I hear BFF scream my son's name. Hubby and I push forward to see what's wrong. I see my son with frosting around his mouth and on his fingers. The cake had a small chunk taken out of it. I try to apologize, but BFF turns around and yells, "This is your fault. Your son ruined my cake. He's only here because you told me it would be worth it to include the kids." I yelled back, telling her that it was just an accident and the rest of the cake was still edible, that this was her nephew she was screaming about. She told me I was no friend of hers and he wasn't her nephew, in front of everyone. She told me to leave or she'd call security. Son and I were crying at this point and the three of us left. One of the bride's sisters reached out to me after and apologized for her sister's reaction, but said I needed to apologize. I think sorries are out of the window now after her outburst. I told her sister so and said I expect an apology first before I say anything to her. Not only did she blow up at me in front of everyone, but at my son. I'm humiliated, but even more angry on his behalf. So, am I the asshole if I refuse to apologize first? I would be very curious to hear some input on this one, because in my eyes, I kind of have a feeling that everyone's kind of the asshole here. The person who brought their child a bit more so, but at the same time, the bride did yell at a child. She did want a child-free wedding. She was talked into it, so she definitely probably feels a bit of a, "God damn it, I should have listened to my gut" kind of moment, but she should not have yelled at a child. That being said, the child's mother should definitely apologize for her son's actions, and she should have definitely been keeping an eye on him, especially because of the environment in question. Same goes for the father. If she was free to let loose a little bit and have some fun, then the father really should have been keeping an eye on him, especially in an environment like this. I feel that both parties should definitely apologize, but the mom should apologize first. See, I don't know, because I could totally put myself in the shoes. The bride is totally in the right on this one, and the mom really fucked up. At the same time, I do have a little bit of empathy going towards the mother. So, in an environment like this, I feel that both parties should definitely apologize, but the mom should apologize first. See, I don't know, because I could totally put myself in the shoes. The bride is totally in the right on this one, and the mom really fucked up. At the same time, I do have a little bit of empathy going towards the mother. So,
Okay, I understand where I was coming from at this time. Yeah, I do see what Just Casual is saying, where OP could definitely be an unreliable narrator for certain, because the only reason why I took the stance that I did was because of OP yelling at a child. That was my big disagreement with that one, is the way that she had approached yelling about that. And I think nowadays I would probably change it more towards the fact of like, I understand the bride's emotions, which I did. I did leave that room there where I said
I should apologize first. See, I don't know, because I could totally put myself in the shoes. The bride is totally in the right on this one, and the mom really fucked up. At the same,
because I did leave wiggle room for that there of like I definitely did understand like the bride being just totally in the right. But no matter what interpretation it is, whether it's an everyone sucks here or you're the asshole, OP is 100% in the wrong. I think it really does depend on how much they're an unreliable narrator, as just casuals pointing out here. Because, yeah, I think I could definitely see it being the case that she's embarrassed of how things went down, is trying to fish for as much sympathy as possible to try to make it as even for the blame as possible. So that way, there's justification of her wanting the apology to come from the bride first before she even considers an apology. I can definitely see that being a scenario here with OP being an unreliable narrator, because we definitely deal with like unreliable narrators on Reddit all the goddamn time. I have skin cells on my tab key, and it's really gross. There we go. So I do think this one is definitely just like I could definitely see OP being an unreliable narrator without a doubt. Like so but also I didn't think about this at the time. I don't know if I mentioned this in the comment or in the commentary on it, but like you really kind of dropped the ball on um I'm trying to think of the like you dropped the ball as a parent. Like if your kid isn't somehow aware that like you should be, you know, not shoving your entire hand into a cake and like slurping it up, like that is a massive parenting failure. Like without a doubt. Yeah, no, I think I'm seeing a lot of people in chat that are kind of like in the same kind of boat there with just the general opinion on it. Hold on. You are going to go this way too. But I think that does kind of put us at a point where we've covered covered as many of them as we really can. The forced dating, it's 15-minute mark. Okay.
the asshole for buying. The asshole. And I thought I was doing what she would do and not allow kids with him. This is not the sport to sow and whatever of his.
For making. Oh. That one. Yeah, that one was fucked up. Yeah, that was the one. Okay. This was the one where the uncle was being a nice guy and like forced his niece to go on a date with the guy because like she just didn't want to go on a date with him. Oh, this one was weird. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think there's anything to relitigate with this one. I just think it was more of like this is just a gross scenario. Like, oh. Hold on, I got messages I got to respond to real quick. Okay. Did anyone bring up the broke up with his girlfriend with the tattoo? So I that one is one where we no one brought that one up, but um like yeah, you can't put a boundary on someone else's body, but at the same time, he wasn't preventing her from getting a tattoo. He was just stating like, "Hey, if you get the tattoo, like I will not find that to be attractive anymore, and I don't want to pursue this relationship any further." And then the friend of the girlfriend then pressured her to get the tattoo as if you get the tattoo, he'll forgive you for it. So they went forward and got the tattoo. Um, so the boundary was not that like you can't get a tattoo. It's that if you do get a tattoo, I don't want to pursue this relationship any further. I think boundary was just not the correct word to say. So, well, here's my current thought because we've been streaming on this end for almost 5 hours. So my thought process is, I could either I could end stream now and we just call it good, or I could boot up streaming on the gaming channel and play some Marvel Rivals or something for a little bit, or maybe I'll do that like tomorrow after my water heater gets replaced. But yeah, boundary was not the right word for it. Deal breaker is definitely the right term for it. We could just continue streaming and I just switch to playing games on here, but I don't know if that would really work out well for like the longevity of the um, of VOD. But but yeah, yeah. So I will probably try to do this. once every 2 weeks. Tomorrow, I will probably put a new community post up that'll be specifically for like 2 weeks from now, giving people plenty of time to find the next post so that way they can be relitigated, or even posts that are posted between now and then can also just be simply easily added to that, making it easier for us to address posts and address litigation and that kind of stuff. I think that would be a really fun way of kind of approaching this in the future to make sure the like community on the stream is a lot more like, put together and we kind of have that whole shebang going pretty much. So yeah. Uh, oh, oh, it's gross. Oh. I don't want to talk about that. I need to dump that out. I have a bottle of soda on my desk, and I realize it's probably a couple days old, and the syrup is separating. That's what's gross. So yeah, I gotta go dump that up. It's a natural type soda thing, and yeah, no, that's um yeah. It's a yeah, it's not like a Coke or something. Yeah, yeah. But anyways, maybe tomorrow we'll do a gaming stream or something. What brand? Honestly, I have no idea because I have an ADHD habit where I'll tear the labels off of soda bottles because it's like I'll like dig my fingernails under. I like peeling them slowly off. Label's gone. It hasn't even been on the desk for more than like a week. All right, let me be clear about that. Okay, but yeah, I think we'll probably call the stream here. I will not subject you guys to watching me play Marvel Rivals until maybe tomorrow or the day after. But that'll be on the gaming channel. So if you guys are interested in watching me play games and having a similar vibe to this, but it's not about addressing audience concerns and it's more about me either being really bad or really good at video games, then you should go you should trying to think of how to explain this. Um, okay, there we go. This right here. If you want to see like live streams and whatnot, go to Oz Plays. It's my gaming channel. Well, I don't do actual uploads on it. I do streams every now and then, and eventually, hopefully, there will be a point where the stream VODs will be uploaded as actual individual Let's Plays. But that's down the line from now. So if you want to watch gaming channel based streams, go check the gaming channel out. I'll be trying to do a stream sometime this week. Last time I streamed, I said I was going to stream the gaming channel, but then my fucking computer died, and I wasn't able to do that. So this time, with the computer fixed, and by fixed I mean completely replaced, that won't be a problem anymore. So yeah. Anyways, everyone, thanks for tuning in. I really did enjoy doing this, and I hope to be kind of doing this more in the future. And without further ado, I'll catch you all next time. End stream. Yes, how many dialogue boxes are there? God, this is embarrassing. All right, final dialogue box. I gotta click to end the stream. All right, everyone. Thanks for tuning in, and I hope to catch you all later.